Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Omonyoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II. who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ọba àtọ́kọ̀ ẹ̀ ìwọ̀n ẹ̀wọ̀ àwọ̀ ìgbéyọ̀.
Hello there, thanks for joining us on this week's edition of the program Icons on Independent Television. Icons is a program specially designed to showcase individuals, personalities who have made giant strides in our society in a very unique and special way. So you can learn from their stories, learn from their journeys, and imbibe some of the values, the culture, and the style of leadership that has defined their personality over the years. And bringing those values to bear in your life will definitely change your story. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. It's always a delight to bring you this program every other week. In today's program, we have a generational prophet, a pastor of pastors, a teacher of teachers, a minister of the gospel with outstanding impact, an educationist par excellence, a spiritual leader who has continued to impact this generation, and I dare say even generations unborn. We're privileged to have in our midst as our guest for this week on the program Icons, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, former National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, the one and only Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. It's a pleasure to have you on the program, Icon, sir.
Thank you, Sonny. It's my privilege, and I thank you for counting me worthy to be part of this program.
Fantastic. I'm very honored to be interviewing you because I know as a child, I watched you on television ministering. I watched you in crusades and several other opportunities that I had, and I'm grateful to God I have the privilege to be interviewing you on a day like this. Share with us, what was it like growing up, looking at the heights that you've attained globally, the impact that you're making globally, ministry-wise. One would believe that you were born with a diamond spoon, or at least a golden spoon, or even a silver spoon. What was it like growing up?
Well, I can't tell you there was no spoon when I wore a wooden spoon. So it's a very typical rural setup, and to a family that was barely making it. So all we knew was the house, the farm, the river. So Opanosa, which was then called Owa, was a very rural community, and I grew up the third of 15 children. That was life, what it was, and I didn't have the privilege of going to school. I grew up, many of my mates were, those who could afford it were in school, but my parents couldn't afford to send me to school until the government of then, Chief of Bafemi Awolowo, proclaimed free education for all children. It was then I went to the primary school in Obadosa. That was the beginning of my educational journey.
Fantastic. At what point did you move to Benin, and when you got to Benin, what were those activities that you got to serve involved in, before venturing into ministry, as it were?
Well, I came into Benin City. I was sick, but I had the burden of having myself educated. I went to the St. Patrick's Secondary Modern School, where St. Paul Catholic Church is now.
Okay.
It was all struggles. I was telling our students yesterday, I sold newspapers in this town to sustain.
So you were a newspaper vendor?
Yes. To sustain my educational aspiration. So that was what it was like.
At what point did you come to the conclusion that ministry was a calling. It was something that you would do for the rest of your life.
Well, first I pursued my aspiration in the field of engineering. When I finished from the secondary modern school, I went to Electrotechnical College, which is now Federal College of Education, Technica in Asaba. That was the year the Civil War broke out. So that made us to return back. And I went to the Government Trade Center. It was almost struggles. I finished my City and Gates of London certificate in electrical installation. Then I continued pursuing my education in engineering. I worked. I left the Ministry of Works as a higher technical officer before I traveled abroad for that theological training. But in 1972, I turned my life over to Christ in a crusade organized by the late Archbishop Vincent Idahosa. It was almost immediately, as at that time we were told, you be not discipled, and you begin to also tell others. So it was later that year, I attended the local Bible school, which is now All Nation, almost immediately. And the work of ministry started on part-time. So it was when we built the Miracle Center, the church built the Miracle Center, then everybody was moving to the new auditorium that the late Archbishop asked me to stay over in Yarrow to continue to pastor the place. That was where actually my pastoral work started.
So you were more or less like the first bishop of Church of God Mission Yarrow, so to speak.
I wouldn't call it bishop because at that time, of course, there were no bishopric. The late Archbishop, I was there when he became an Archbishop. So, but he trusted me to be the station pastor in Yarrow, and became a district superintendent of the area, including up to Ondo State. So it was a privilege for me.
Within those years you were in Church of God Mission with the Archbishop,
Yes.
what were those values, those qualities, characteristics that you got, and how did that influence you into starting your own ministry and being able to sustain the ministry since, I believe, 1988
Yes.
onward?
Well, you will never blame the Archbishop for not teaching you the Bible. You will blame him for teaching you too much. Because you can't go to his service and hear stories, his Bible. I had that privilege to be raised on a solid foundation. And, it has kept me over the years. In those days, you don't go into ministry for what you will get. I was pastoring in Yarrow. I was still working in Ministry of Works. And it was just my joy to serve. I never had a thought that a day like this will come. So I see it today as preparation stages of my life. And I will forever be grateful to God for the solid foundation that I had. I have, like you know, traveled quite far and wide, and I've held several positions, leadership positions. But that foundation is what is keeping me. And I've remained focused on Him who called me.
Fantastic. If you just joined us, the program is Icons. Our guest today is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, one-time National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, sharing with us the thoughts about life, his journey of life, and the values, strategies that have impacted and influenced his personality today. Is quite inspiring, very motivational, and I'm sure you're learning one or two things from this conversation to add value to your life. We'll take a short break. The program will be back in just a moment. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program Icons. Our guest is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this honor and privilege to have this interaction with you. In 1998, you founded Gospel Light International Ministry, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. How did that come about? Did you hear God? Or like some say, there are two categories of church leaders today: those whom God called and those that called God.
Yes. Well, I don't really want to take you into the circumstances that surrounded my life at that time. In all honesty, if anyone had told me that I would leave Church of God Mission, I would never have believed. I had good relationship with the leader, the leadership. I rose to the highest ruling body, the National Executive Council of the church. I was trusted to handle very sensitive areas of ministry. But, you know, there was this storm that came, like as I said, I don't want to really go into it, but it pushed me to a place of prayer. When it looks around at all that I thought I had was collapsing. So I know I spent quite some days in prayer, broken spiritually, cried to God the situation I found myself. But then it was the seventh night of that my prayer exercise. I heard God speak to me. You don't, if you are around me, I'm not like those who say God say you go to the toilet, God say you should clean up. You know, but I tell you, Duke, God spoke to me. And what he told me was to unconditionally forgive all I perceived hurt me. And that he was going to use me to start a new work. He put a lighted candle in my hand, telling you a real thing, and asked me to go light others. So that's where the gospel light came up. We started in my sitting room. I had no money, I had nothing. About 12 people gathered with me in my sitting room. The next Sunday after it, we went to Nightfall to cut palm leaves, palm tree, and build a bamboo shade behind my house for a service.
Where was your house at this time?
At Ukbebo Street, behind Texami Road. So that was my first house, which I bought that land with Udoji. If you were brought up there.
I heard about the Udoji award.
So, but anyway, that was how we started. And miraculously, God provided a place for me. But we were only in the bamboo shade for one Sunday.
Wow.
The next Sunday, I found a hotel room in Edre, former Edre Hotel along TV Road. That was how the journey started. It has been one level of growth to another. We spent less than a year or so in Edre Hotel. Then God provided a warehouse in Muselu, where we renovated, and it just started growing. We ran 2 services there before we moved down here.
Wow. That was really fast. And it really showed that it was God that called you and wasn't you that called him.
Well, we laid the foundation of the church here.
Yes.
I think 2 of our elders left the church. They told me it was over ambitious because it was too big, and the burden of how we're going to build
Raise the money and build.
So the idea was build some 4 corners, something, and so this is the place now that has become too small. Because where we have a convention center, yes. So the growth is continuing.
Interesting. Let's talk about ministry of yesteryears,
Yes.
compared to what we have today. There are those who will believe that perhaps ministers of the gospel of yesteryears didn't really imbibe the right values and virtues in the subsequent ministers. So that transformation, that transition wasn't proper, and that's why we're where we are today. What's your take on the church yesterday, today, and the future against the background of some of the clear-cut realities that we see in ministry today from pastors, men of God, and all of that?
Well, in all honesty, I wouldn't absorb my generation from blame. It bothers me at times whether we have been able to impart the total truth to the upcoming generation. At the time that some of us came into ministry, the church was impoverished, very, very impoverished. I remember when my pastor then, the later bishop, bought a 504 station wagon. I mean, the press all over this country spoke against him that, you know, how can a pastor ride some kind of, you know,
Expensive car.
you know. So he was a very strong man. He could stand firm on what he believed. So he began to teach. We began to realize that you can serve God, go to heaven, and still be relevant here on earth. That's what the Bible teaches. So the God who saves our soul doesn't say we should suffer, live in abject poverty here until we get to heaven. So that discovery brought what they now call the prosperity gospel. I think the inability to manage, strike a balance is where our problem is. I'm worried. We ran into a problem. I led the Pentecostal church in this country for 8 years. It was a great honor for me. But the Pentecostal church in Nigeria is a kingdom with many kings. So for me, I mean, there are several colleges of bishop, whatever title you think of, we have them. So at times control or passing instructions are difficult. I mean, how can me, a pastor, now tell our bishop, sit down, don't do this or do this, you know. That's been one of the problems. Then, of course, there are many young people that left the university and they speak good English. You know, I've read the Bible, and most of the time they come out, some of them come out with greater crowd, greater following, and they have more money than you do. So are you going to tell him, call him to order, you know? So these are some of the issues that we have. We read in the book of Judges that Joshua died at the age of 110. And all the elders who outlived Joshua, they served God. And all those generations passed. Then there arose another generation. It is that another generation that is the challenge. They did not know what God did for Israel. We need to let our upcoming generation know our values. Many of them are more educated than some of us. They've studied Greek and Hebrew and Latin, which we never had opportunity to do. I do know that revelation is progressive, but they also must not forget that even the little we knew helped them. Many of them got saved out of that little message that we had. And I'm concerned, one of the marks by which you know a man that has derailed from God is the spirit of arrogance. And he says, it is one of the marks. God taught me early in life to know that there is nothing that I have that has not been given to me. And the Bible says, when you have done everything you have done, so you should say to yourself that you are an unprofitable servant. You've just done what you ought to do. And I think that has guided me in my journey. That's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I know that the thoughts that you shared are things that anyone with the right senses imbibes and takes advantage of will definitely have profound impact in such a person's life. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
And once again, happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's been a program for today on Icons. And guest has been the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. The journey, quite an interesting one, starting out life with being a newspaper vendor. I'm sure at that time you never imagined what it will be today. The same for you. That's a story that should motivate you, inspire you to look at the brighter side of life, irrespective of where you are today and how things are with you. Until I come your way same time next week on Icons, I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Cannot keep quiet any longer.
All right, now a very good morning to you and you're welcome to our program on television this morning on ITV, Wednesday's edition, the 13th day of May 2026. My name is Evan Sunokoge. I'm not always alone here and only work ball right here. And of course, Wilson Marshall. Now, fellows, a very good morning. And we're always smiling and Wilson.
Good morning, Evan.
Yeah, good morning. Wilson, a very good morning.
Good morning, Evans. A wonderful Wednesday morning. You know, typical day to wake up in Nigeria. I was like, I'm still in this country.
You know, when you wake up every day, you get to see new things. I mean, yesterday I was reading on one of the dailies that repentant Boko Haram in Borno State, you know, they are going to be reintegrated into the society. Then, of course, there's a condition that they are going to take an oath, you know, by the Holy Quran.
Okay.
You know, I when I saw that story, I kind of repentant terrorists. you reintroduce them into the society. Then, of course, you make them to take an oath with the Holy Quran. I don't get it.
It is out of this world. In a country where you see persons hold the Holy Book, the Bible, to even, you know, swear, right? And then at the end of the day, you see what that person do X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
So I feel like that doesn't even, I don't know, I just feel like it doesn't count. But then again, repentant Boko Haram reintegrated into the system. This is not the first time we're seeing or hearing that news. The baffling part is I saw them on uniform. They were actually sewn beautiful ashwebi, right? All together to snap picture. And it's really hilarious, but it's worrisome at the end of the day. In a country where we're battling with insecurity in the country, and then we're seeing Boko Haram getting all repentant. How did you classify them as repentant? Did they come to you to say, please forgive me, we will not do this again? Like, what are those attributes? What are the mechanisms that, you know, made whoever feel that person is now repentant or those guys are now repentant for them to be reintegrated back into the system? I also feel we need to really be careful and watch out, especially with our security architecture in Nigeria, because this is still the same country where we've had some of the soldiers, some of the security personnel worry about how their intel are being, you know, leaked outside. A situation where you hear the governor say, oh, these guys are coming, and then minutes afterwards they come, they do what they do, and then they go. I just feel it doesn't make sense, and it shouldn't even be at this point. Right now, some persons will say some persons should be living in fear because you don't even know who is who. Perhaps Evans is one of the repentant Boko Haram now. You don't even know, right? So I just have to be careful in my house, right?
I'm not going to forgive you for that. But listen, I think my consolation is the point that, you know, somebody was trying to explain it, and he said that the moment you say that you are a repentant Boko Haram, now other Boko Haram terrorists now see you as an infidel. So there's no way they can accept you, allow you back into their kingdom. You know, if there's any word like that. Well, so I think that's enough consolation within.
Well, the question now is this: what made this guy join that particular dreaded terrorist sect? The situation in the country, has it improved? You took them out of their gang, so to speak. You claim that you've already, you know, spoken to them about it, psychologically speaking, psychological evaluation, you know, added religion to it. Say, fine, they've repented. The conditions that made them enter that particular
No, listen, don't even try to make a case from it. Why, you know, even if I know has accused me this morning, why?
There is still poverty in the land.
I know.
There is unemployment in the land. There is hunger in the land. Now, these are some of the factors that made them leave their family to go join this particular group. And these conditions, they are still there glaring at them. Now, how do you think, like what Anu rightly said, that, look, our military want to go, you know, do some exploit to wipe them out or take them out of the picture. Somehow they got to know. How did they get to know? Because we have some of them in our military. And the mistake again that this administration will make is to allow any so-called repentant right now in quote Boko Haram member to be in our force. They should be barred completely, whether you've repented or not. Don't go close to the police. Don't get close to the Navy, the Air Force, or our soldiers. Don't do it. To me, it's a threat to national security. You're using your holy book to swear to, you know, do
that's what I don't like about the whole story, Wilson. I mean, bringing the Holy Quran into this narrative.
Fine. Now, some of them, they still read this holy book and still perform this dastardly act. They are reciting, they are praying, but they are doing the same thing. So what's the difference?
Anyway, we have Ms. Elena and Patricia Daniels in Lagos. Mercy, very good morning to you.
Beautiful morning to you, Evans. Good morning, Wilson. Good morning, Anu. I trust you guys are doing good this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I don't know if you read yesterday, they're talking about the repentant Boko Haram terrorists that are going to take some form of oath and reintegrate them back into the society. It's happening particularly in Borno State.
And others to be watchful. Like Annie said earlier, you don't know. You just need to be watchful and careful. You know, there are still a lot of that would hold by Quran, but then those things away. I mean, saying that you would have them to swear with the Quran, and you thinking, oh, because of that, they would not want to go back to the to their old self or what they've done before. You know, it's a joke, because most times, most of those people, it is difficult. I mean, it is in their blood already. You coming out to say that you're integrating them back to the society, I don't think that's a good idea at all. Those people, they've done a lot of things, they've done a lot of atrocity, they've killed more, they've caused sorrow in a lot of families, and now you're integrating them back to the society, saying they've undergone rehabilitation and all of that, and now you're going to give them Quran to swear that they would not go back to their old selves. I don't know if this is a sort of joke. Then these people will not go back to the streets to do what they are doing. Even if out of the 700, you know, there are still lots of them that they've not repented. They are just using, I don't know, I just hope the government is doing the right thing, because to me, I feel at this point, every individual, every Nigerians needs to be watchful, do not know who is who.
Well, that's the story. We'll keep on looking at the situation and see how it will improve. And I really don't understand. You know, we're talking about terrorists, people that have maimed, they have killed and all that, and caused some wanton destruction. And, you know, reintegrating them back into the Nigerian society. That calls for some great concern. Anyway, we've got Abuja this morning. Abuja, very good morning to you.
A wonderful morning to you, Evans, and also Anoluapo, and not forgetting also with you right there in the studio right there. And listen to your discussions right there, and also listen to what Bethelina has to say concerning that. On the face value, I think the first option that comes to your mind is, why would you think of reintegrating them back into the society? Why do we even think of forgiveness in the first instance? You know, for the experience, the Boko Haram people, Boko Haram behavior firsthand, definitely you will call for instant killing or not even forgiving them. But for people of Borno who have come to live with them, who also experience what is really happening, probably there are some other salient factors they are not aware of. For the government of the day to have called for a reintegration into the society, there must be some underlying factors that we are not aware of that's making the government to take that decision, because they do experience it firsthand. They have lost family, loved ones, they have lost family members, they have lost so many people who are close to them, and now they are calling for reintegration. Probably there are some other underlying factors that we are not aware of. But on the face value, you definitely ask yourself, why will government in the first instance think about reintegration when you know the body wanton killing these people have carried out in assistance? Many other that may definitely must have made them to take that decision. Hopefully, at the end of the day, that decision will not come to bite them at the end of the day. And hopefully, this can put an end to Boko Haram. We all need solution or anything that can really help in ensuring there will be an end to this wanton killing, this insecurity issue, and so many other things that are happening right there. We definitely will welcome. So maybe in the coming days, we'll come to understand why the Borno State government are taking that decision.
Tolope, thank you so much. In the following days, we're going to be having some other analysis and explanation to the development, you know, reintegrating former terrorists into the Nigerian society.
You take a look at the ADC. Atiku made a statement, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, that the president should not be zoned to this house. He's standing his ground. Because he said, if you take a look at the north, only one part of the north, they've had the taste of presidency. His own side hasn't had a taste. So it's their turn also if you want to go by what zoning. It's not about his I don't think that is his own take. He was asked, according to report, to step down for a Peter Obi Kwankwaso ticket. He refused, said, look, we have to go to the field to test our popularity. And that was what led to Peter Obi Kwankwaso moving to NDC. Now, if these factors are not changed, do you feel or do you think that the collaboration between NDC and ADC will work? It's a big no, it's not going to work. They're going to go to the field, carrying down emblem, NDC, ADC, APC, Labour. Where does Labour stand in this?
Well, PDP, what about PDP?
Well, PDP, they still have this litigation people. Okay, fine, PDP, I know PDP, but come on, you know where this particular tsunami is like, you know, 10. The truth was in the sense that we have 4, well, I say 3 major contenders. Okay, but let's say 5. APC, ADC, NDC, LP, PDP. But you know, among these 5, you know the top 3. Okay. I wouldn't want to, like, you know, start pointing political, but the alliance will not work because it was disagreement that led to P2B and Kwankwo. So moving away from ADC to NDC. So coming together, it's like petrol and water. Well, I say oil and water. Is it going to work?
Anyway, we tend to have the outgoing chairman of Labour Party in Edo State. Anyway, we tend to have the outgoing chairman of Labour Party in Edo State, Kelly Ogbaloy. Yeah, he's going to be doing some analysis to all that now as we make preparation. I thought you were going to give us a word.
Yeah, let me just add my own 2 cents. Continuing from where Mr. Wilson stopped, Atiku Abubakar actually is always trying to test his popularity. We saw that happen, you know, in the last election. But then again, for something that didn't work when they were all together in the same party, is it when they are now separated that it would now work? Right, the issue of zoning is a conversation that has been on the front burner lately. Yesterday, Dele Momodu was at his sister station and he was also airing out his view, and he said that I feel like we're drifting away from the main conversation and then we're talking about zoning. But then again, the reason why the NDC over the weekend agreed on zoning to the south, and mind you, for just a term, is because currently we have a southern president in the person of President Bola Tinubu, and he's going to complete his 4 years definitely by the grace of God, and he would want to run again. So they are saying, you know what, how about we just complete it and allow a southern person, you know, rule for 4 years. And we already know Peter Obi stands on saying he just wants to change and rule Nigeria for a single term. But then the question then again is, would 4 years be enough to change the trajectory of Nigeria? And I also listened to Rabiu Kwankwaso as well, where he said, I think the whole confusion emanated from when we lost former president, what's his name now? Musa Yar'Adua, and that was where the whole confusion actually, you know, emanated from. But we're looking at how things will go, fingers crossed. But then again, let's not forget, I feel like we have different divided opposition parties. It's just going to give a free and a wonderful windslide for the incumbent government. Because I listened to Chieftain actually, and then he was saying, I think the opposition parties are missing the point. What they need to do at this point is to come together, work together to, you know, fight if they truly want to get back power. But with the way things are going, it just seems that our president will definitely return in 2027.
All right, so that's the situation, and that's going to be the focal points of our discussion this morning from Benin, where we'll look at the ADC, NDC merger, and of course the possibility at the next presidential election. We'll take a short break now so that the corporate trainer Enwalata Nusakai will come into the program on his corporate word.
It's so good to come your way this morning and add another premium value to your day. Enwalata Nusakai is still my amiable name, and it has been a journey of teaching on the emotional intelligence knowledge or emotional intelligence concept, driving workplace productivity with emotional intelligence. And we have gotten to the 5th component of emotional intelligence, which is the emotional intelligence component of social skills. Now, the emotional intelligence component of social skills, you know, which is that emotional intelligence component or level where all the other first 4 components of emotional intelligence come into physical demonstration, is your ability to build healthy relationships. It's your ability to communicate effectively, manage conflict, and inspire people positively. Now, what that means is that the emotional intelligence component of social skills is the ability to effectively manage relationship towards achieving desired outcome. And one industry where the importance of the emotional intelligence component of social skill cannot be overemphasized is the insurance industry. The insurance industry is an industry where the issue of emotional intelligence component of social skills need to be taken seriously. Now, as an insurance practitioner, you know, your annuity competency, your actuary competency is just no longer enough. every insurance practitioner needs to have the emotional intelligence component of social skill to be able to inspire team and then manage relationship towards achieving growth, especially in an environment like the Nigerian environment where there is serious insurance apathy. And that is why this morning, the case scenario we are going to be using to study and learn about the emotional intelligence component of social skill is focused on the insurance industry. It's focused on the insurance sector. And the case scenario is about how the branch manager of a particular insurance company was able to engage emotional intelligence component of social skills to drive employee engagement in a work environment where there is limited work tools, as well as in an environment where there is insurance apathy. So we are just going to go straight into the case scenario. Like I said, the case scenario is how the branch manager of an insurance company used emotional intelligence component of social skills to drive employee engagement. First of all, employee engagement is the passionate commitment and unalloyed dedication of employees to task and to their organization. So how did the insurance manager of this particular branch of insurance company in Nigeria use emotional intelligence components of social skills to drive employee engagement? Meaning, how did they use it to drive unalloyed commitment and dedication of his team, of his staff to task and the company? And so we go straight into the case scenario. How the branch manager of an insurance company used emotional intelligence components of social skills to drive employee engagement. A branch manager of an insurance company in one of the states in Nigeria was assigned to revive a struggling branch that had recorded poor sales performance for over 2 years. The branch faced serious challenges. The sales force lacked sufficient work tools such as functional laptops, branded marketing materials and operational vehicles, and stable internet from the company headquarters. In addition, many citizens in the state had little trust in insurance services due to past negative experiences and poor awareness about the benefits of insurance. Rather than allowing frustration to weaken the morale of the employees, the branch manager applied the emotional intelligence component of social skills to strengthen employee engagement. The manager created an atmosphere of open communication where staff members were encouraged to express their concerns without fear. Now remember, the emotional intelligence components of social skills is where the other first four components of emotional intelligence come into physical demonstration: self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, and motivation. They come into physical demonstration at the level of the emotional intelligence components of social skills. The branch manager in this case scenario of this particular insurance company in Nigeria, giving room for his team members, his field officers to express themselves, to hear their concerns, to listen to the challenges they are going through. That is practically empathy in display, because the emotional intelligence component of empathy is all about being sensitive to the concerns and perspective of other people. And this is what came into play here by the manager of this company. He says the manager created an atmosphere of open communication where staff members were encouraged to express their concerns without fear. Weekly interactive meetings were introduced, not only to discuss targets, but also to celebrate small wins and appreciate individual efforts publicly. The manager also built strong interpersonal relationship with sales team by joining them occasionally on field marketing visits. During these outings, the manager demonstrated effective communication strategies for handling customer objections and educating prospective clients on the importance of insurance. Now, the emotional intelligence component of motivation is coming into play here. And the emotional intelligence component of motivation is the ability, to keep on pushing despite the fact that there are obstacles, there are limitations. And that is exactly what this manager of this particular insurance company, branch of insurance company, has done. He ensured that he kept the people, motivated, he kept them inspired by even being an example, of a field officer going to the field to model, what to do before these people. And that actually went a long way to get the people inspired. The manager also built strong interpersonal relationship with the sales team by joining them occasionally on field marketing visits. During these outings, the manager demonstrated effective communication strategies for handling customer objections and educating prospective clients on the importance of insurance. Understanding the emotional exhaustion of the employees, this is empathy. Empathy, you know, being sensitive to the pains or the feeling of people. Understanding the emotional exhaustion of the employees, the manager introduced peer support groups within the branch. Team members shared success stories, encouraged one another, and exchanged sales ideas. The branch manager consistently used positive language, empathy, encouragement, and conflict resolution skills to maintain unity and motivation within the team. Now, he said, to address public apathy toward insurance, the manager encouraged the sales force to focus on relationship-based marketing instead of aggressive selling. Staff members visited markets, business centers, religious gatherings, and community associations to educate people about risk management and financial protection. Over time, the branch began to gain public trust, employee morale improved significantly, and sales performance gradually increased despite the limited operational support from headquarters. This is an important case scenario when it comes to engaging social skills to drive employee engagement. Remember, employee engagement is the unalloyed dedication and commitment of employees to task, you know, and the company they are working with. And sometimes situation could just happen, such as lack of work tools, such as you know, challenging work environments, just like this case scenario where there is you know, apathy, you know, by the citizens of this particular state to, you know, insurance apathy is so strong because of negative experiences they have you know, had. And you know, the manager was able to engage the emotional intelligence component of social skills to see that he managed the situation, kept the employees, the team members, you know, driven, kept them motivated, kept them inspired, and at the end of the day, over time, you know, positive outcome came out. Remember, the emotional intelligence component of social skills is the ability to effectively manage relationships towards ensuring that, you know, desired outcome is achieved. And this is exactly what the manager of the branch of this insurance company in Nigeria exhibited. Let's see 3 leadership lessons from this case scenario. The first leadership lesson: strong relationships can sustain performance even when resources are limited. Strong relationships can sustain performance even when resources are limited. Leaders who connect emotionally with employees can maintain motivation and productivity during difficult times. This is what emotional intelligence is all about, to be able to manage emotion effectively, to ensure that you achieve workplace emotional stability that keeps the people motivated and engaged, you know, concerning their work and the organization they are working with. Strong relationships can sustain performance even when resources are limited. Remember, in the case scenario, serious limited resources, no functional laptops, you know, the insufficient branded marketing materials, you know, no utility vehicle. And at the end of the day, the manager was able to connect with his team, his team members emotionally, and at the end of the day, performance was sustained. The second leadership lesson from this case scenario: employee engagement grows when leaders communicate with empathy and recognition. Employee engagement grows when leaders communicate with empathy and recognition. What is employee engagement? One more time. It is that dedication, unalloyed dedication and commitment of employees to tasks and their organization. And employee engagement grows when leaders communicate with empathy and recognition. If you want to see your team members, you know, committed, have that unalloyed commitment and dedication to the team, to the organization, to the branch, to the unit, you know, it is very important that you are able to communicate with them with empathy, and at the same time, the effort they are bringing on board, recognize those efforts, appreciate those efforts, just as it played out in this particular case scenario. Employee engagement grows when leaders communicate with empathy and recognition. People are more committed when they feel heard, appreciated, and included in organizational progress. As I conclude, the last lesson from this case scenario, the last leadership lesson is: influential leadership is built more on people skills than positional authority. Influential leadership is built more on people skills than positional authority. A leader who models teamwork, encouragement, and effective communication inspire employees to overcome challenges collectively. I seriously believe that profound value have been added to you today. I know that you want to connect with me, you want to reach me, you want to send your questions and inquiries across. Inuagata Nosahai is my email, inuaghata@gmail.com. Beg your pardon, inuagata@gmail.com is my email. Send your questions, forward your inquiries, and then I provide answers to you. One more time, it's inuagata@gmail.com, inuaghata@gmail.com. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. And when I return, I'll still remain the amiable Inuagata Nosahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
This beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Umko. It is the paper video we're going to be reviewing the dailies this morning, and our guest that would help us review the papers is Dr. Victor. Hi, Dr. Victor, good morning.
How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Always a pleasure.
All right. So our first paper this morning will be the Daily Trust papers. The Daily Trust paper, the big headline there says over 100 killed in Zamfara Market's airstrike. You get that on the Daily Trust headline. The holders by concern PCs. You get on page 4. The Daily Trust papers. Another one there says 11-month blackout cripples businesses in FCT communities. You get that on page 12 on the Daily Trust papers. Another headline there says gunmen attack Kano community, kill 5. Woman set husband, co-wife, children ablaze. You get that on page 6 on the Daily Trust newspaper. Another one there says 8 years after court jails cult leader, 5 others in Kwara State. You get that on page 13 on the paper. Dr. Victor, let's talk about the big headline there that says still on insecurity. That says over 100 killed in Zamfara Market's airstrike. I mean, the issue of insecurity is getting worse by the day. Let's get your take.
Yeah, okay, so it is unfortunate. It's collateral damage there. But I think these terrorists have, because there's now increased bombardments in their hideouts and all that, they're now moving into the communities. And unfortunately, people in these communities condone them. They do not expose them. And if they know that wherever they are, they will smoke them out, they will kill them, I think they will know that their time is up. So what happens is unfortunate. It happens in war, and I say so, my sympathy goes to the family of the civilians and innocent people killed. But sometimes in war, some things are necessary. If you want to go and hide among the people, if the military will follow you, they will bomb you wherever you go. Then I think they'll find that it's time to start looking for another business.
All right. Okay, moving on. Let's take a look at the New Telegraph newspaper. Thank you so much for that. The big headline on the New Telegraph newspaper says Amakri, Homeland Security role will create tension within presidency command control structure. You get 2. And on 7, a writer says, another writer says, Tinubu overwhelmed by insecurity at Siko. Another one says, the term homeland meaningless in Nigerian context, ADC. You get that on page 2 and also on page 7 on the New Telegraph papers. Another headline there says, Nigerian manufacturers struggle as rising costs, currency woes eats into profits. You also get that on the papers on page, on the New Telegraph papers. Another headline there says, troops seize over 400 satellite internet devices used by terrorists in Northeast. A writer says, repentant terrorists swear oath with Quran before reintegration, Borno government. Another one says 6 varsity students adopted in Nasarawa Region Freedom. You get that on page 4 and page 29 on the paper. Still on the headlines, Rivers screening controversy. Wike meets APC national chairman. You get that on page 7 on the paper. Longevity. Researchers discovers that sleep outright diets exercise. You get that on page 30 on the papers. 2027, probe removes governor using public funds for campaign action aid. You get that on page 5 and also on page 6 on the paper. Dr. Victor, let's talk about this repentant terrorist swear oath with Quran before reintegration. We spoke about it not too long. Let's get your take. I mean, they're going back to the society and they were asked to swear an oath with the Quran.
Okay, with every sense of responsibility, but also with respect for Muslim friends. I think that swearing that oath on the Quran, enforcing what they were doing in the first place, because the grounds upon which a lot of them, whether rightly or wrongly, embarked on those terrorists was based on that same book. I say so with every sense of respect and responsibility for, because I don't see why somebody will be caught stealing a good and they will jail him maybe 10, 20 years. Okay? You catch somebody with a knife and you hang him to death. Okay? And then somebody who you know has killed people. I don't understand. Let me just borrow on what they were talking about, this issue of the Homeland Security. I think I'm in agreement with the President. I just want to add the two together. I'm in total agreement with the President on that because the National Security Advisor has been there for too long and he has condoned what is happening. He has been accused of, whether rightly or wrongly, allegedly, of, condoning this because he's Fulani himself. Like I say, it's an allegation, so there's no proof of that. But I think he will sit up now because when you are the only man in charge, you can afford to relax, you feel you're untouchable and all that. Now that there's competition, he's no longer the only one in charge of security. In fact, Homeland Security now means it's like Ministry of Internal Affairs. You know what I mean? So if somebody else is in charge now, somebody will not go and be said when they are going to attack bandits, somebody will no longer call and say, stop, don't go there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Probably because his kinsmen are there and all that. That's not going to happen anymore. I think the President knows what he's doing. I'm in full support of it, in spite of what my good friend Amakri has said.
Oh, okay, thank you so much for that. Moving on, we're still on the paper's review. Let's take a look at the Daily Independent newspaper. The big headline on the Daily Independent newspaper says, Naira appreciates amid 30% FX inflow drop. Beat supply stock. You get that on the Daily Independent. Another headline there says ADCs raises the alarm over alleged 800 billion naira diversion for Tinubu re-election. You get that on page 7 on the paper. Another one says Nigeria under siege. Tinubu overwhelmed by rising insecurity at Atiku. You get that on page 29 on the papers. Akwa Ibom doctors suspend services following EFCC raid at UUTH. You get that on page 6 also on the Daily Independent newspaper. Lagos Health Commissioner warns of 33,000 doctors shortfall. You get that on page 7 also on the papers. Rising costs, poor roads, fuel, tomato, pepper, rise hikes. You get that also on the papers this morning. Another headline there says Tinubu OK's Nigerians hosting of 2026 award. You get that on page 6 on the papers also this morning. Tax reforms, economic competitiveness. You get that on page 6 also on the Daily Independent newspaper. That is the federal government. NA declares for wrong London incident this morning. Dr. Victor, let's talk about the Naira appreciates amid 30% FX inflow drop. Beat supply stock.
Okay, so obviously sometimes when you get how do I put it now, situations like this, the government can on its own decide to either create a massive inflow of FX, which means when you have so much of it, then there's a tendency for the currency, for the naira, it makes it cheaper. And then when it's scarce, it's just a law of demand and supply. When it is scarce, then obviously you have too few naira. I mean, chasing. I mean, too few dollars being chased by naira.
Okay.
So they must have a reason for it, but it's positive. And for those who are trading in FX, it's probably the best time to buy now. Just keep it there because it will surely rise again.
So it's the best time for them to buy now.
Yes, so if it drops, you buy and hope that when it rises, you can cash in and cash out.
Interesting. Moving on, let's take a look at daily paper. One of the headlines says, "Let's rain over insurgent in West Africa." So, paper says, $1.5 loan amid debt concerns. You get that also on the papers this morning. Police arrest suspected robber, recover firearms in Ondo State. That is also on the papers. Another headline that says, "Sowore to Kwankwaso, you have become politically atrophied." You get that also on the papers this morning. Another headline there says, Muftwang visits attack Plateau communities, vows justice for victims. You also get that on the papers. Daily Nigeria must end borrowing dependence. You get that also on the papers. Then we saw another headline that says, Nollywood in shock as Actuales Ikubo dies at 40. You also get that on the papers this morning. Another one that says, go on, my autobiography will cry civil war, not returns. At for the day, Dr. Victor Okay. Federal government seeks fresh $1.5 billion worth ban amid debt concerns.
I think the Minister of Finance, the new Minister of Finance, has provided an answer that we must end it. Dependence, we must end it. It's becoming ridiculous. Yes, I mean, we need to leverage on debt to grow. To grow sectors in the economy. But that is not. We had some subsidies. Instead of just sharing among the governors and all that, could that not have been? They just use that for political reasons, which is why all the governors now decided to join APC, because they were now saying money. But I think we could have done more. Look at Norway, what they did with the sovereign wealth fund. They don't make as much oil as we are, but they're one of the richest countries in the world today because they invested their oil money not just for generations to come. All we keep borrowing, and that we're living for our generations unborn. Debts upon debts upon debts.
All right, we'll talk more later. Let's take last paper, the Punch newspaper, and that says pre-primary screening tension mounts as APC panels disqualifies over 150 aspirants. Dr. Victor.
Well, much as what is happening with the opposition parties looks favorable for APC, if APC is not careful, it might implode. Because what they're doing now, they've said people in National Assembly, no automatic ticket. Of course, not that there should be automatic ticket, but the internal wranglings have come. I've always said it, that when you find everybody coming into one party,
Wanting to just welcome you to Abuja studio right there, where we feel happening ahead of the 2027 election. It's been mudslinging, coalition, and so many things happening generally right there. But in the middle of all of this, there's also this talk about diaspora voting. So much talk has been done, especially among the ruling, within the ruling party, about the possibility of giving diaspora the opportunity to also be part of this election. And in the middle of all this, we also have low voter turnout. There's also becoming a worrisome trend right there. All these are some of the things we'll be discussing as I have a special person with me in the studio. I'm talking about no other person than Sam Eke. It's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Good morning. Good morning, viewers.
I know off camera we're talking about the whole lot of things that goes into politics right there. The permutations, not working, people jumping from one place to the other in a bid to find a little bit of leverage right there. But in the middle of this, there is this talk about diaspora voting. Let me first, what's your own take about diaspora voting?
Well, in a society where things are done well, diaspora voting, it is a long overdue thing. But you can see Nigeria having a peculiar situation. Nigeria is not like the developed world yet. We have no turnout of voters in Nigeria. When we have a population of almost 200 million people, you have registered voters of over now close to 90 million persons, and the turnout for election is now more than 30 million. You know, there's a problem. Let's first get it right within the country. Diaspora voting, what are the terms, conditions of people who would register to vote? How do INEC have the logistics to monitor the election around the world? In every country in the world, there's a Nigerian there. So do we have the capacity to conduct election in every country in the world? How do we monitor the process? We are still complaining about the processes in Nigeria. Some persons believe it's not as good as it should be. And we are now talking about that. Can we overstretch INEC? These are questions that need answer. You and I know that INEC, as it stands today, would not conduct diaspora voting, and the actors in the political scene will accept it. Because a situation where you bring result, let's say 500,000 persons from Ghana, voting, Nigerians in Ghana, 500,000 voting. How did you conduct it? Are you conducting it from Tema or from Accra or from the northern region, or, you know? How do you get these persons together and conduct it in a nation that is not yours? That's one. Two, will the opposition accept, or the loser of that election, will that person accept the results coming from the diaspora? Definitely no. Do you know how many Nigerians are in the US, the UK? How many are in Niger, Libya? See, you go around the world, when we are in Ghana, countries around us. Look at South Africa. Don't you see the issue of people, they talk about Nigerians. Nigerians everywhere. Modalities to get it right. It's more important than conducting the diaspora voting exercise. So for now, let's concentrate on improving and building trust among populists within the country when it comes to election. INEC should do more than they are doing today on voters' education, on public, on sure that Nigerians trust the process and participate in the process. That's what INEC should concentrate. Our lawmakers and the people in the diaspora, they are anxious to vote. Yes, it's good they are anxious to vote, but is there legal framework for it? Will opposition or politicians in Nigeria accept results coming from diaspora? Let me make this clear to you. Yeah. The people in diaspora might be enlightened because of the environment they have seen themselves, or might mobilize themselves to vote. And let's assume a presidential candidate got 6 million, another one got 8 million, another one got 5 million. Then the one who got 5 million got diaspora vote of 3 million. Will the man who win within the country accept it?
No.
Eh?
It will be difficult to accept.
So let's not deceive ourselves for now. We have not gotten to that point of even accepting processes and believing in them. Look at the 2023 election conducted by INEC. And some persons today, after INEC have declared winners, some persons will still come on national TV and so on and say, the process was flawed and so on. So if at this point we don't even trust a process where you and I are within the country, is it results? Nigerians in the US, UK, in Europe generally, Asia, and other African, we all come out to vote. And don't be surprised, they might be, their vote might be up to 3 million or 4. When you add it to every vote, it's a problem. And the situation will be even bad because they might mobilize and vote one-sided.
Yeah. I was about to get into that. But before that, INEC has been around for close to 3 decades. Does it not show so much about their people today are still discrediting the ability to conduct free and fair election? What does it say about the system?
Can I say something? INEC has improved from where it used to be in 2007 to where it was in 2015. At least in 2015, Nigerians trust that INEC will conduct a credible election. And actually, Jega did a bit well. Nobody can take that away from Jega, that Jega actually acted a bit well, very matured. After Jega, Mahmoud came in. The process of Mahmoud, somehow some persons didn't trust the president. Not because of anything, just because of one single action Mahmoud took. And that action was announcing presidential result at the dead of the night. Yes, some of us are happy. The president is competent. He has been doing well. He won that election. The president won the election. But had it been, Mahmoud didn't announce that result at the dead of the early hours of the morning, maybe a late night also, maybe 2, 3, 4 a.m. or so. Some persons will not have the guts to say, oh, the process was flawed. That was the singular mistake INEC did. And it's not fair, moving forward, that INEC should progress in error. Because it will be rubbing on the winner. And people would not trust the processes of INEC. So it's better, INEC, look inward and improve the process. INEC has changed. Now we don't have late starting of elections on election. The INEC has eliminated that. Yes, we don't have a situation whereby results are taking 1 week to, you know. A lot of things have changed. INEC has improved. Actually, INEC has improved. Logistics, they have improved. Announcing results, they have also improved. It's just one single mistake.
Is it not funny that in Nigeria, when there's a process or a system, and we don't agree with that system or a process, we always put the blame on one individual. We've seen what happens in the Western world. When there's a process, people lay accusation, the election was rigged. Nobody ever mentioned the name of the chairman of the body responsible for the election. We always talk about the system. How come in Nigeria we don't talk about the system? We talk about one particular individual who is heading the system, be responsible for this. Why?
Yes, we have built our mentality around strong men, not strong institutions, and which is very wrong. What we should be building on is strong institutions. No matter who is there, processes cannot change. But in Nigeria, you build everything around strong men. Strong men. And once the man is off, everything collapses. That is the real problem of Nigeria.
And we don't see that there is no possibility that Nigeria may come out of that.
No, there is. You see, if you remember how EFCC started, it was built around Ribaldo. Later, EFCC was built around EFCC itself. It was not built around strong men any longer. Then they were all Ribadu. Today is no longer, it's EFCC. The EFCC is coming after you. You don't even know who the chief executive of EFCC is, but they just come. That's how you build an institution. You don't build it around a person. You build it around the system. You build a system whereby it's autopilot. Whether a person or they would think is what should do. Don't build it around a certain chairman. And INEC has also improved because it's not the chairman that announces results in states.
You are saying INEC has improved, and every Nigerian man on the street does not take INEC.
I just gave you the reasons.
Yeah.
You know, an institution might be seen faulty because of a singular action.
Yeah.
I've just told you, when it comes to logistics, voting and so on, gone are the days where you hear, oh, INEC has not reached a certain location the day of election. It used to happen in this country. Gone are the days where people will say, oh, I got to the point of card reader could not read my fingerprint. Did you hear anybody saying that? It happened in this country, but INEC has improved on all that. The only problem they had is the announcement of result late night, which they didn't do it. It didn't favor. See, the winner has won. They would have announced it in the morning. Nobody would have had the guts to complain.
So you think that single action?
That's why some persons come out and they say. But if not so, INEC has improved.
But now let's go back to the genesis of this discussion, and it has to do with the diaspora voting.
Yeah.
The major canvassers of this are members of the ruling party. We've seen them talking about it. We've seen the NIDCOM was talking about diaspora voting. We also know that the diaspora voting, they can't feel the beat of Nigerians who are here, who are feeling the brunt of the law, who are feeling this economic system of this country. They are somewhere enjoying a different system. And you mentioned something which is quite salient. They can be canvassed, they can be swayed to vote for one particular candidate. Why are members of this ruling party canvassing for it? Is it because they think they can influence it?
Let me tell you, we have, headed by Abike Dabiri, it didn't start today. She has started canvassing for diaspora voting long before the establishment of Diaspora Commission. The people in the diaspora have always wanted to be part of the process. It is a good call. It's a good thing. It's not bad. But are we, as Nigerians, willing to accept the process? I will tell you categorically, no, I know Nigerians will not accept the process.
Then what alternative do we have?
For now, let's build what we have within Nigeria and make Nigerians trust the process. Whether whether they wake up, whether you tap them and say, oh, blinded credit routers with me. That should. People will argue in court and tell you stories.
We'll come to that. I also have NLB also joining us via Zoom this morning to talk ahead of the talk about the diaspora voting and means low voter turnout right there and some low voter education. Thank you so much, ma, for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Yeah, I don't know whether you've been paying attention to what we've been talking about. And we are talking about diaspora voting and means low voter education. What is your own take on this?
I think the issue of diaspora voting has been on for quite some time. You know, there was even a bill in 2004 at the National Assembly for diaspora voting. A lot of people have been advocating for it, and even it was backed up by even the former INEC chairman, you know, to talk about diaspora voting, and a lot of meetings were held. But the issue is, can we tidy up ourselves before we talk of that thing? That are within the country, the packaging of the system. I know that our colleague there was talking about, yeah, and you also inferred that we are building our system around individuals and not really about the system. But I think for INEC, INEC has come a long way. It hasn't been about the persons. It has been about the system itself. But the leaders, you take responsibility for what happens because you are the one in charge of pronouncement, execution, implementation of your own plan, which you have done, and coming a long way with the BVAS machine, with card reader, and how the system has improved. I think INEC has the capacity, like a fellow discussant has, pointed out, INEC has the capacity to deliver a free and fair election. But INEC is a name. INEC is an institution. The individuals, we have to look at the quality of our citizenship in handling the processes that we are entrusting to them. And I always bring that down. The chairman of, or let me say the electoral umpire for Germany is a card-carrying member of a party. Can you beat that? He's a card-carrying member of a party, but he's the electoral umpire. And when he was asked about how can you be a card-carrying member, what about the biases and all of that? How did they entrust you with that position of being a card-carrying member and then being the umpire? And he said the two don't mix. He has a job to do as a German. As a citizen, he has a job to do. But he also has his own responsibility as a citizen to be part of the political process, that the two don't mix. What it means is that being a citizen is a very heavy responsibility. If we are able to carry out our duties, the quality of the citizen needs to be determined, the quality of the individual who is the chairman of INEC, who is the electoral officer at the state level, who is the electoral administrator at the different levels, who is the returning officer, and all of that. Each and every one of us has a responsibility. So when you come down to the low voter turnout within the country, we need to do certain things. We need to believe in the system, but first we need to believe in ourselves. Let's account for ourselves individually, what we have the capacity to do, because we need to deliver. To be a citizen is not a small thing. Are you delivering? Who is a corrupt person when it comes to how you manipulate the voting recordings and all of that? It is the individual. So when we start standing upright for Nigeria, the individuals and the collective, then the system will be strong. They have enough, system. It's good for those who are living outside Nigeria to vote and, to be able to cast their vote so that we can attract them home. So I think it's important that we resolve the issue. But voter education is very, very key. Voter education itself within Nigeria is very, very key. Getting people remobilized again. Like my colleague there pointed out, INEC was okay until the issue of the uploading of the presidential, presidential votes, which they refused to, they did not upload. Who do we blame? Do we blame the system or do we blame the leader who promised that he was going to deliver and did not deliver? So in terms of diaspora voting, I think it's a good thing. When I was living outside the country, it would have been nice to go, and cast my vote. And it establishes a sense of belonging. In about 27 African countries already, they do diaspora voting. So Nigeria coming along, Nigeria that is supposed to marshal the way, just coming along is a different thing. So I think we need to align with developments, whether we like it or not. Things will catch up with us. It will come. If we don't do it now, it will be done sometime. But it's very, very important that I think for the civil society, we are not bothered about who wins. We bother about the process. Let the process be free and fair. It is Nigerians that are on the ballot. Let them come out. And that's what we are talking about. And I think those are the things that INEC need to stand upright for Nigeria to be able to allow the system to also work. But I think we have great workers in INEC. They have done extensively, well. We just had the glitches, which threw us, many of us off balance when it happened. Thank you.
Yeah. One of you, you want on your quick reaction to that before we enter over to. Well, it's just same thing. We don't build institutions around humans. Let's build institutions that will work. INEC has improved, as I earlier said, but this time around, each citizen of the country must behave as a citizen that loves the nation. No matter what divide you are, do the right thing. Once you do the right thing, Nigeria will be better off. I pray INEC will also keep pushing to sensitize Nigerians and build confidence in Nigeria so that voters will turn out in mass. You don't have 90,000 registered voters and 90 million registered voters, and you just get less than 20 million or 30 million out of it. It's not good for us. What we need is a situation where majority of Nigerians will come out in their mass and vote. The issue of diaspora voting is good. The discussion have started. Yeah. It is good that the process have started. It might not happen today, but it will happen in future. But let's first get it right at home, because getting it right outside of the country it will lead to a lot of us budget for it. INEC will have to send its staffs around the world, and also the reception for the result is another thing that accepting the result. A lot of things come with it. So let's get it right here and then work towards diaspora voting in the near future. I must say big thank you to you, Samike, for joining us this morning. And also I must say big thank you to INLD also for joining us via Zoom this morning. Time not really on our hand. We just have to move on right here. And we'll be going over to our Benin Network studio. We are also, Evans is also standing by to continue the conversation on this one in ITV.
All right, thank you. Still on the program this morning on ITV. Yes, we said we are going to be talking about the 2027 election and, of course, the major issues that seems to be developing. Now, we have seen the recent move whereby the Kwangwaso has said that the possibility of NDC and, of course, ADC is still very, very possible. Now, the big question that we ask to that is that why was the splitting, done earlier on? Well, to look at all this this morning and some of the recent developments as it relates to the 2027 presidential election, we have a former chairman of the Labour Party, Kelly Ogbaloy, who is joining us virtually this morning from Benin. Mr. Kelly, very good morning to you.
Yeah, it's my pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Now, what is your immediate response? To the rebate of NDC, as one of the major opposition political parties for this next election? I call it the rebate now because before this time, NDC seems not to have some prominence. But with the move of Peter Obi coming into the Labour Party, into the NDC and all that, seems to have given it, some political, importance now. So what is your response to the rebate?
Well, if you ask me, of course, politics is a struggle, and from time to time, everybody, we try as much as possible to reposition our position again. Therefore, the rebate is normal to within the confines of political activities. because as a stronghold, we want to see how we also wrestle power from where power resides currently, and those who are holding the power are also struggling to ensure that the power is kept. So the rebate, as your statement, is normal within the environment of politics.
All right, so I have my co-anchor here too, Wisin Obasanjo. He's also going to be asking some questions. Wisin.
All right, Comrade Kelly, good morning. I have just one question followed by next question. So I can really clear the air. How is Labour Party doing in Edo State this time? Are they doing well? Before I come to the next question. Are you there, Comrade Kelly?
All right, Comrade Kelly Ogbalo, if you can hear us, the question is, how is Labour Party doing right now? I mean, at the moment in Edo State. Well, we understand that he's the former chairman of Labour Party.
Yeah, no, because that should form the basis of this discussion.
Yeah,
he needs to let us know how Labour Party is
about a
faring in
political
Edo
party
State.
that he does not belong to anymore. Yeah, Kelly Ogbalo.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Comrade Kelly Ogbaloy. Okay. All right. So listen to, in my own view,
you're not going to answer for him. Because,
I know.
Because the question is still there waiting for him.
Yeah, when he comes on, he's going to be answering the question. So for us to ask, somebody that is not a member of a political party, how does the party, what's the party doing?
No. He never told us that he's not a member of the party.
Yeah, but we just introduced him as former chairman.
Yes.
Okay.
But he didn't say he's out of it. So we need to know before we follow up with the next, because it's a rebirth of political parties, NDC. But we need to know if he's still there, if he's not there, fine, then we can continue from there. So, Mr. Kelly, if you can hear us, you're the former chairman of Labour Party Edo State. How is the Labour Party faring in Edo State?
The question should be, is he still a member of the Labour Party? Anyway, we are going to be re-establishing, connection with Kelly Ogbaloy. We're saying the realignments, political parties and all that. Now, there's nothing bad when political parties realigned, just as we said, earlier on this show. But the major question is, what you are realigning for now? Are you sure it's not going to be a major problem, an obstacle in the front?
Good point, Evans. Now, it's not a crime for there to be a realignment. It's not a crime for there to be, swearing new oath, new allegiance to new political party. But the question now is, what is the end game? Because the end game is all that matters. In Nigerian politics, the end game is always victory. If the realignment will not give birth to victory, so what is the essence of realigning in the first place? Someone saying you can choose to realign because you want to, line up your pocket. You can choose to realign because you have to, make gains because you've been losing for quite a while. You can choose to realign because you want to be, relevant in the scheme of things. So the question now is, why this realignment? How come majority of Nigerians are now moving from the political party to NDC or ADC, as the case will be? But the question also is, if they choose to realign and choose to, come into a new political party vis-a-vis the NDC, what do they stand to gain?
A very big question. What do they stand to gain? So that's what politicians are going to be answering. Even in the state level, we've seen how some politicians before now, 2 weeks ago, they were in the Labour Party, and of course in some other parties, but right now they seem to be in the NDC. Now, Kelly Ogbaloy, we seem to have you now. Mr. Kelly.
Okay, well, let's see if our technician can just handle this. We have to go for a break. When we return, we'll be to establish contact with Kelly Ogbaloy. We'll be asking him some questions. I know you want to know the questions we'll be throwing at him this morning. Good morning.
All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television this morning on ITV. Yes, we apologize for that break there. We still have Comrade Kelly Ogbaloy, the former chairman of Labour Party in Edo State. Now, Kelly, Wisin was about asking whether you are still a member of the Labour Party, even if we had an argument, backstage. But he said we must ask that question because that seems to that would be the major, basis for discussing with you this morning. So, are you still a member of the Labour Party?
Evans.
in Edo State.
I just asked, how is the Labour Party doing in Edo State? That was a question. So, Mr. Kelly, how is Labour Party in Edo State?
Oh yeah, Labour Party in Edo State is still working stronger. Is in place and is very prepared to compete in every respect of political activities. We just concluded our congresses at the state and attended a convention now where the new national chairman of our party, Senator Nenado Usman, was formally now inaugurated. At the state level, state congresses have held, and Comrade Michael Shobuje was elected as the current chairman of Labour Party in Edo State.
Right.
Now, that's what I said. I still remember.
Yeah, of course. Now, with your poster boy for last year's election, P2B, now in the NDC. Now, what are the chances of a political party coming out tops in any election in Nigeria come 2027?
Well, we continue to make this mistake. There's no single individual that holds the life of people. SOB is a great man, like I said in the past. He did everything possible to ensure that much of the lights of Labour Party was more aglow when it came. But that is not to say, therefore, that if it's no longer there, therefore Labour Party will not compete or will not exist. So I think we must remove this fact of pivoting unnecessarily Labour Party around Gregory Obi, as it were.
All right, Mr. Kelly, now we want you to give us your own opinion, because there seems to be a phenomenon that is creeping into the two opposition parties now, the two parties that are opposing the All-Ruling Progressives Congress. I'm talking about the NDC and the ADC. Now, the issue of zoning, one seems to be saying that, okay, we can zone our presidency to the south, while the other one seems not to be saying anything about it. So what is your take on that?
Well, my take is not far from the fact that they must agree to compromise. So the other one that is not talking about it must agree to talk about it. Because if you don't do that, it means that there's no agreement anywhere. For me, they must agree to discuss if they must form an opposition that can wrestle power from the current government of Nigeria, led by APC. So my view is as simple that the one of it, ADC, if it's not talking, it must agree to talk.
All right, now if you take a look at permutation and combination right now, you get to realize that the alliance that was once strong in the political party of ADC has now been fragmented because P2B and Kwankwaso choose to leave ADC to NDC. Now, with this type of arrangement, do you think the person will be strong enough to contest and win the ruling political party, which is the APC?
Yeah, I do not think so. That is why I have mentioned that there's a need for the two sides to meet and discuss and talk together. But don't forget that even at the least of it all, there is a way that political parties cement their relationship and still come out formidably. So even if you see these current circumstances as of now, I'm hopeful that the chances for these two sides to come together and cement their differences and work together is still very possible.
Now, the issue of time seems to be another concern. I mean, for political analysts, because as we speak now, the NDC seems not to have you know, a formidable leadership, as it were. I mean, just about last week we saw whereby it was this same Kwankwaso that was having issue with the chairman of NDC in Kano State. Now, the chairman is of the opinion that he's not going to leave the party for any person. Now, with that situation, how do you think that the NDC is going to hold sway in this election?
Well, I have not agreed that NDC will hold sway at all. I am not saying so. But I have just made an opinion to say, if NDC just fragmented from ADC recently, it was a thought, it was perhaps, in my view, a strategy for a realignment of the two sides to come out more formidable. But if NDC appear to be taking it all alone, the chances of making a pact that can dislodge the current government is likely to be very bleak as far as I'm concerned. So these grandstandings have been this toga of I'm a very senior political person and all of that, this show of power must in ADC be brought to serious reduction so that you can harness the interest and confidence of all that persons that will follow suit. So I think to at this moment start picking quarrel with any of the officials of NDC is too early. And therefore, it's my advice in chief that those ones who worked all around need the people at the grassroots to work with them to succeed.
All right, now you talked about power tussle. Some call it ego. Do you think that is the pitfall or the Waterloo of the opposition?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Going to existing political parties and thinking that you can erode the structure that is there and take it all over. It is not right. You create controversies and create problems. And of course, that's what is currently happening in ADC. You know, you come around, you overrun everybody there, and you think they will go to their homes and sleep. So you must remove that once you are coming to a place that is, of course, new. Accept and accommodate those who are already there. It is only there, and then you can have their buy-in and see how we can probably drive opposition and achieve the objective of being so.
All right. It's on the papers this morning that the ADC is alleging that some governors have diverted up to the tune of about 800 billion naira for the APC for next year's election. But some politicians are of the opinion that rather than be diverting attention, why don't you focus on what seems to be a problem, lack of internal democracy, within the ADC, instead of trying to make allusion to what is happening outside your party and all that. I don't know how you may also want to say one or two things about that.
When internal problems are solved, then you have much effort, much energy to deal with the externals. But you can't be having your hands on several piles of problems. You are talking, you have internal issues to resolve. You are now coming to say, oh, governors here and there did this or that. That won't help anybody. So I agree with the analyst totally that you first of all have to deal with the problems you have. It's only there then you have the powers to go out and deal with the external problems. So why talking about governors? Yes, it will be corrupt. It is corrupt. It is not acceptable within the society that you should divert funds. And that is again when we have substantiable evidences to that fact, and then how you can arrange the individuals being brought to book, because those who allege this must prove. So instead of dissipating energy on dealing with that in the interim, why don't you fix the problems you have internally? So for me, I agree with the analyst who says it's better to concentrate in solving our internal problems first of all, so that we'll have the leverage to be able to deal with the external problems.
All right, now we're back. Our political parties or politicians, even ordinary Nigerians, are like saying that the ruling party, APC, seems to be the one that is behind, the court litigation, the confusion in other political parties. Can they still beat of their chest with their hands to say that the ruling party is still the one behind the scene, pulling the string for the dissolution, or let's say the splitting, so to speak, of the ADC that saw Kwankwason, of course, Peter, will be moving to the NDC?
Well, any opposition is capable of saying anything, but it is clear. It's clear that even if you say the government of the day is responsible for A and B, but you must also critically prove that if you have internal problems, because those who took some officials of ADC to court are not currently in the APC. They are not there. So it's purely an internal issues which they need to resolve. So I agree that they would be limited in now trying to point hands at the ruling government to say you are responsible for our woes. But by the way, like I said earlier, politics is a struggle, and however you struggle to keep power without being outside the confines of constitutional provisions, it's acceptable, because no one man will hold powers and expect you to come and simply take it from them without fighting. And you who want to type power must find a way to fight to get it. So it's all politics. You can't begin to blame anyone for struggling to keep what he has, or should we blame you struggling to say, well, the way you are using what you have is not acceptable to us, you need to drop it. We can't blame anybody. So it is for us to concentrate and deal with the main issues instead of pointing accusations.
All right, some few minutes ago, we understand that the NDC has released a timetable for the purchase of funds, interest funds and all that. And even as we speak now, we understand that a certain amount has been released. For example, we have that the party has pegged a presidential form at 60 million naira, comprising 20 million naira for expression of interest form and 40 million naira for nomination form. Now, what politicians and opinion seekers are saying is that for a party that wants to bring a difference into the political space, I mean, 60 million for expression of interest for presidential position is too much. I don't know what your thoughts are along that line.
Well, my thoughts are as clear as this. First, you check whether those amount fixed were done via the internal provisions, constitutional provision of the party, if it's legitimate to do so. If that had been done, we now check what is the public thinking, because political parties don't trade, and the only way they raise funds for their parties is by selling of forms. And so it does not matter whether the party intends to bring so much to the people of the country to now determine how they will raise money without necessarily going out of the provisions of their constitution. So I think that is not sufficient to judge whether the political party will do well or not.
Kelly, what we are saying is that what NDC seems to be holding as opposition party to the ruling party, the APC, is that the purchase of forms is too expensive. But what we are saying now is that they are also guilty of this. I mean, if you doubt me, you can check the Daily Trust of this morning. Just released some few hours ago, whereby we understand that 2027 election, NDC pegs presidential form at 60 million naira and governorship at 30 million naira. So the question again, for a party that wants to bring difference into the system, I mean, it's almost as guilty as the party that it opposes.
And that's why I said, you don't take the bearing of thinking, the bearing of assessing whether the party will do well or not from the sales of party funds. That's what I'm trying to say, whether it be APC or NDC. So I have also mentioned that the only way political parties raise money from themselves, which I know officially, is by selling their funds. And so there are several activities for political parties to run. So if the NDC sat and checked that, okay, if we look at this, we can raise so and so budget to enable us run campaigns or all the offices we have to feed, then of course it's not sufficient to judge from that point that they will not do well. Because first of all, they must also enthrow credible persons who are to take leadership in the country. So for me, the sales of form would not be sufficient, will not be enough to say, oh, we are looking at it that NDC will not do well.
All right, Comrade Ogbaloy, if you take a look at what you just said, like a follow-up question to Evans's question, now do you not feel that it's all about making money for these political parties? Do you think that that is what is behind their actions for pegging XYZ amount of money on the forms? Is it all about the money or all about winning?
No, Marshall, Marshall, that's not the point. The point is the process of election. And that's why I said if NDC had looked at what budget they need for purpose of prosecuting election in Nigeria and they fixed that amount, it is not enough for us to now say, oh, it's too high, therefore they are not likely to do well. So it's not all about money, but you cannot take it away that political parties need some level of funds to operate and deliver. And of course, you must also look at the quality of persons you are to deliver. Because whether you like it or not, NDC is asking the people, is relatively too high or above the budget they are looking for. Then we can talk.
NDC pegged down amount at 60 million, and of course, ADC ahead 90 million, APC 100 million. How much do you feel that Labour Party will peg theirs if it's not about the money?
I think we lost. Yeah, I think we lost. You know, now we're saying, you know, these political parties when they peg, you know,
because right now, you know what? I'm just thinking, APC 100. Yeah. ADC 90, NDC 60 million. Is it all about the money or the victory?
You know, I don't know, because we want to ask the question, these parties, where have they been? I understand that the NDC just came on board, you know, but I think that's not enough reason to...
No, right now they have a poster boy, and the poster boy is selling. President Peter Obi, so yeah, so
Peter Obi is the poster boy.
Oh, sure.
You know, but listen, let us also look at this. You know, when Peter Obi was in Labour Party, we had this issue that has to do with, you know, they even went, some Labour Party people, they went with the preaching, we give nothing, we expect nothing and all that.
We know they give shishi.
Now, the question I'm asking now, now for this NDC again, now it appears that with this 60 million naira expression of interest form for the presidential ticket, you can also see this same idea of that, look, oh, we really don't have money. All right. We are not a buoyant party.
Kelly is back.
I think Kelly is back now. Kelly, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, now back to the question before we went off due to technical hitches occasioned by network. Now, you said that it's not all about the money, it's not about credible candidates. And now ask the question, APC 100 million, ADC 90 million, NDC 60 million. Now, how much do you think that the Labour Party will peg theirs if it's not about the money?
Well, the Labour Party, we not necessarily want to peg according to what others did. But if you look at the calculation, it's graduated. You know, APC 100, the other one 90, the other one 60. So you find that each political party is looking at what does it want to do, what budget does it need, by ensuring that you don't necessarily level up with all of that. For instance, now, why was the ADC saying 90 million? Why NDC saying 60? So you find that each political party is looking at what necessarily can help them prosecute the elections by way of funding. And so they graduate accordingly. So it is not going to be Labour Party per se. Labour Party has fixed, I'm just trying to get what was that, but however, it's not going to be in line with what others are doing. It could be lesser, it could be higher.
All right, the deadline for the submission of the deadline for the primaries is supposed to be 30th of May. That's this month of May 2026. Now, today is 13th. We have just about one or two more weeks left before we come to the 30th of May. Now, The NDC seems to, I don't want to say it seems to be having a major leadership problem, but the question is, this time factor, don't you think is an issue that the NDC should work at?
Well, it's certainly an issue. I agree with you because the electoral pair fits and you must work towards it. So, but again, NDC is aware of this limitation, and it's my view that they will be working within to ensure that they beat it, to take care of their internal issues, and if they want to seriously participate and beat that deadline. That's my view.
Well, some of the products would more be pegged at this expensive amount, so to speak, is a way of willing youths and Nigerians that might have interest in office, but they don't have the money. Now, how do you think this will create that particular environment of fairness? Maybe I want to run, but because of the said amount that will be used to purchase this, from even for the presidential, the governorship, the chairmanship, House of Assembly, the National Assembly, you just name it. Don't you think this is going to push so many persons away that might have interest in vying for office in all these political parties in Nigeria?
But Marshall, let me inform you that there are what you call waivers in all of this. Every political party has it. So if there's a credible youth that can be so placed in such circumstances, is to approach the party, and supplicate to say, here I am for you, and I can do this, I can do that. Then the political party will waive. And so because of the confidence we have on you, and because we believe you can do A and B, don't pay. That is there. So they should exploit it. We can't say because the youth and some other persons are coming and therefore the political party will not do what it should do to keep the party afloat. So if you have, like, there are provisions for women, there are provisions for those having the experiences of disability, there are provisions for youth. So there are waivers here and there. Even capable elderly persons can also experience waivers when you approach the political party. Of course, in Labour Party so far, the funds for Dr. Oti was handed over free. So you understand. So there are always safety nets here and there. But do not look at it from the point of saying, because one political party has said, give me 100 million, and that's to say it's not going to perform or it's not driving the yearning aspiration of the people of the country. No, because in all of this, there is certainly need waivers. So when you provide your supplication, when you bring your supplication forward, the party looks at it, objectively and says, okay, for so and so reason, we waive. So can they take advantage of that, Mr. Omasho?
Okay, Kelly, just before we let you go, we want you to, touchlight more on the ability, or what some see as inability of the NDC to manage this diverse political alliance that is based on interest. I mean, Kwangwaso there, Peter Obi there, and all that. Before the primaries, you hinted on that a while ago, and of course before the election. Speak on the ability, or what some people see perceived as the inability of the NDC to go through all this.
Well, if I'm here to discuss the ability of NDC to be able to push through in all its problems and all of that, I will be becoming opposition to my party. I should rather be discussing the ability of my party to hold sway and win elections in 2027. So I am not going to be given to discussing whether NDC have the ability to. If they don't have the ability to do, it's better for Labour Party.
But now, sorry for bringing you back, before we call it interrupt, Evans. You talked about waivers. The waivers I heard is like, half the amount. How many used to be able to at least go half the amount of 60 million, 90 million, 100 million? How many youths even have 5 million in their account in Nigeria that may be interested in running for political office?
Master, if I understand your question well, I have said there are waivers. So that there are waivers is for the individual to approach the political party of their choice to make a case for themselves. And once this is done, the waiver could be don't pay at all. The waiver could be, okay, we were saying 60 million, but do 20, do 10, do 50. Except you are saying that the funds should be given free. Marshall.
All right, we want to say thank you so much to you, Kelly Ogbaloy. Yes, the former chairman of Labour Party in Edo State, and thanks for bearing your minds on some of the issues. I mean, as it relates to these political parties opposing each other, and of course opposing the bigger party.
And of course
ABC,
the money issue.
You know, the money issue and all that. So we just say thank you so much. We wish all of you guys, I mean all the politicians, well as we prepare for the election. All right, so we'll take a short pause now so that we'll join Lagos on their discussion segment this morning. Please stay tuned.
A beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unko, and of course our guest here is Dr. Victor Ohai. He is a UN humanitarian ambassador. Hello, Doctor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Once again.
Good morning.
And thank you for always coming. So today we're going to be talking about the Nigerians' rising debt profile. Federal government seeks fresh $1.25 billion worth bank and raised serious concern about how the money being borrowed by the federal government, how is it being spent, that the federal government keep borrowing and borrowing. Nigerian debts conversation is back in the spotlight report that the federal government is exploring funding arranged with the international level. The Scotia coming at a time Nigerians rather battle around priority and subsidy. The government borrowing rates structure stability means reduced by presentable critical performances that continues to consume a huge of government revenue. This has gotten a lot of
infrastructure they talk about, see it. I don't see it. Okay, you may say there's Lagos Calabar Expressway. That's not right. It's not important. But where education is still suffering. Okay, healthcare. I mean, I don't even know where to start from. So I'm just worried that what we're leaving for those who are coming is sort of unsustainable. I mean, I imagine that when the subsidy was removed, that would have freed up funds to be able to take care of quite a lot of things. But that has not exactly been the case. You know, instead we have gone into further borrowing. The funds that were freed up from subsidy payment was instead used to was shared among the states. And what has happened is that the state governments are so overwhelmed with too much money right now that they don't even know what to do. All of them have come to the ruling party because it's like free money for them. No one is holding anyone accountable. I don't see the effect or the impact in the states either. So much money available to them to the ordinary Niger. Look at a country like Norway, for instance, where, and Okonjo Iweala wanted to start sovereign sovereign wealth fund for Nigeria, but I don't know what happened to it. Botswana has employed a Nigerian to manage his own sovereign wealth fund. Nigeria has had an opportunity to go into such savings. Instead of that, all we're doing is just borrowing and borrowing and more borrowing. And it's worrisome. And there are implications.
So Nigerians, we're not seeing any benefit for all those loans that the president kept borrowing and borrowing.
Seeing it? I honestly don't. And the valuation of it is even worse. It gets even worse. No administration since borrowed as money.
Dr. Victor, do you think Nigeria can realistically grow without borrowing, without external borrowing? So let's bank.
The question is not whether even America borrows. So that's not the issue. When you borrow, what do you use it for? That's the question. And when you borrow, are you borrowing just to squander? And those who are that, all this borrowing is towards servicing elections, the forthcoming elections, to raise funds, elections. They may have a point, they may not have a point. But you cannot blame those who have that, who are making that argument, because at the end of the day, you're asking yourself, so much has been borrowed. How much of it are Nigerians? Our lives better. I mean, as you are right now, if you were to borrow 10, 20 million naira, for instance, okay, in addition to whatever else you have, you're not borrowing obviously for conspicuous consumption, but somehow your environment will be better. When I mean better, if you are running this, we would see the impact, we would see it, okay? And because you are borrowing to put in business, it should improve your income and your revenue, and it should also reflect in your life. But I don't know if that reflects in the life of the ordinary man on the street. That's what worries me.
You know, I was having a conversation with a friend yesterday.
Yes.
The person said we should wake up now more morning, say each year in our president. I mean, this whole thing. When he said that, I was just laughing. But at the same time, don't you think you're saying it?
What's Nigeria's population? I'm tempted to do a calculation now. 156, 159 trillion so far. Permit me. I don't know if my calculator can. But it's important for the public. Let us see what we are owing. How many Nigerians, how many people are in Nigeria today? Give me a figure. What's the population of Nigeria, please? Just give me a figure. Let's work with any figure.
That's a whole lot.
How can you say a whole lot? Now, we estimate about 200, 220 million thereabouts.
They just say 220 billion. 220
million, okay. So, 156 trillion, I calculator can carry it. No. I can't doubt. Let me see. 159. Trillion is how many zeros? Yeah, that's 12 zeros.
12 zeros.
Yeah, by 120 million. Is that money in your account?
We saw that the Minister of Finance, Oyedele, he said in the papers this morning that Nigeria must end borrowing dependence. I mean,
yes, because there are some people who are still sensible in government, who have a conscience, who know. And when he made that statement, I hope they don't take it out against him, because the former finance minister, in trying to speak truth to power, became a victim of his honesty. You know, what Oyedele said is quite right. The debt side is too heavy. Interest on where yourself, the interest will keep increasing. You are owing 7.2. I'll keep reminding you. You are owing 7-point-something million. Your mother is owing 7-point-something million. Your sisters, they are owing 7-point-something million. With what he's added now, I don't know what that will be.
$1.25 billion.
Eh?
That's what it's requesting for.
Yes, what is it? I don't even want to add that. If we add that, that's a whole different story. Because $1 billion is already 1.3-something trillion. Talking about, by the time you add 1.3?
$1.25 billion.
1.25. So right now we're talking well over 160 trillion that we're owing. Okay?
That's a whole lot of money. I don't know if you've been seeing a couple of videos trending on the internet, where group of persons seen to be APCers, sharing money with the envelope of the face of the president, and the envelope, sharing money for people. And a lot of persons are saying that, okay, speculation, people saying, seeing that video, it's obvious that they're like, okay, election is by the corner, come support us. Election is coming, come support us. Persons were saying that, is this what the is actually money for, that they kept borrowing and borrowing, and some persons were naming those citizens in those Nigerians that collected the money, and other persons were saying, oh, okay, this money is our money, collect it, and on the day of election, go vote your conscience. The person you want to vote for, go vote for them, and that they're giving you, collect. So do you think this persons, they go in there to collect the money, they will still go vote for the president?
There's a danger.
Conscience?
There's a danger with collecting money. See, let me use myself as an example. I can sit and talk freely because I'm not compromised. If a man gives you money, if you collect money from any politician, the day you say anything against them, they'll call you a traitor. You might wonder, why would they call you a traitor? You don't chop their money. And then you call Upuma, call the talk against them. If you have a clear conscience, you can call the president, whatever, you can say whatever you want to say. They will only call you Agbaya, or call you any name, they can say, don't mind that fool, that idiot. But if you have collected money from their hand and you dare go against them, if they kill you, they will be justified. That's the danger.
You've taken from them.
Yes, you have. So that's the thing. The thing about say, collect it and go and vote your conscience is that what makes you even better than them?
But some people are saying this money is ours.
You may say it's yours, but in law, it's a crime to partake of stolen goods. Is it not to their girlfriends?
Dr. Victor.
Okay. Or fly private jets and then later claim that it's his heir.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do I.
Okay, let's talk about, don't you think most of these debts, they were actually inherited from the past administration?
I'm talking about borrowing. The one I mentioned now is one Tinubu borrowed. President Tinubu. 159 trillion. I'm not talking about previous administration. If you add all that one, then what you are owing is, that will just, it will scare Nigerians. Everything I said was only under President Tinubu. I was careful to make sure I did not include any other debt. That's exactly what he has borrowed to date. With the currency devaluation, the figures are bigger. When the naira was stronger, it would, the numbers would not have been as big as that. Okay, but with the currency devaluation, before, how many times were you hearing trillion in Nigeria? Now you have trillionaires. Before you say billionaire, yeah. Once you have $1 million, now you're a trillionaire. Can you imagine that? No, not trillionaire, a billionaire. Sorry. You know, that's for $1 million, that's 1.3 billion. Okay, so, but the naira now is so divided, like I said. It's not what, you know, money now is like nothing. So you have big figures because of the devaluation.
So now the president is saying that he's borrowing for economic stability. Don't you think it's just simply for survival? Amen.
Fortunately, we're going to be the ones to suffer. Watch what will happen next year when they start implementing taxation. Nigerians will look for where to run to. There will be no place to run to.
So it's getting worse.
It cannot get better. I don't know how. I want to be optimistic.
So Nigerians
I'm hopeful
need
for
to
the
be
government.
prepared
I'm
ahead
hopeful.
of 2027.
I'm hopeful. I don't wish any administration bad. You know why? Because if it's good for them, it's also good for us. And if you are the only comfortable person in the family, you're a poor man or in your neighborhood.
Everybody's dependent on you.
Yes. So everybody, this has to be shared. You know, the prosperity has to go around. So I don't wish administration bad. I sincerely wish them well. For the sake of, for my sake, of those around, so you can see all the rest will reduce. Because people will have enough. But unfortunately, how? Because only money is circulating only around a few people. It's not trickling down. So you see frustration everywhere. People are almost going mad. You cannot feed, you cannot go out. I was doing some calculations in the office with one of your colleagues just before coming on air. And I said to him, if you go to work every day with the present cost of fuel, you know, like in Lagos here where we are from, Lagos Station, you go to the island every day, you spend anywhere from 800 to 1 million naira to fill your tank. If you go faithfully every day from the mainland to the island.
A month?
Yes, a month. A month. If you even manage it or you have an economical car, there's no way you spend less than 400,000 to 500,000. A week you must spend not less than 200,000. Unless you are not flying that route. Forget even hold of it with good route. Now, and if you're on band A, don't use AC, only lights. You will spend between 200 and 250,000. That's how much. How much is salary? You have not bought food. You have not paid children's school fees. You have not paid house rent. Huh? You have not, I mean, there's so many things you need to take care of. You have not done any of those. Suddenly now, as you saw in the papers today, even though we didn't discuss it, but you can't get tomato 1,000 naira anymore or 500 naira anymore. Is that life? And then when I was talking to your colleague, I said, fuel is one of the cheapest in the world. I say, how your income? If you want to talk about cost of fuel, which is your income? In America, minimum wage is about $10, $15. Per hour. Okay, $10 is 14 an hour. So you have to put you for very cheap. You talk about a new car, you say at 20 million is very cheap. You are telling that to a man whose salary in a year is 840,000. So you compare the person you are talking to, you are telling is very cheap. At his level, you cannot tell that to a man who does not even say a million. The car, yes, may actually be cheap compared to other cars. But who are you talking to? Nigeria is like that poor man. If you have money, then you say it's cheap. If you don't have money, even 1 naira is too much money. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about.
Okay, let's talk about the forthcoming 2027 election. Apart from we all know now another strong opposition party, apart from the All Progressive Congress, the APC. And I overheard someone, we're having a conversation with a guest, and one said, oh, Peter Obi, okay, if he's given the opportunity to be president, if he eventually wins, you know, he's serving for 1 term for the 4 years, after the 4 years is done, and he would, you know, help, you know, Nigeria. Do you think even if he comes to power for this forthcoming election, he eventually wins, we don't know yet, do you think it will help fix Nigeria? I mean, with all the debts and everything in Nigeria, do you think it will help? Or the current ruling president wins again? What do you think, I mean, concerning the debt aspect and the economic stability and all of that?
Like you and your friend were discussing, I was discussing with someone else a few days ago, and I told the person it was good that Buhari and Tinubu entered. If they had not come in, we would have thought that, if they had ruled Nigeria, Nigeria would have been paradise. We have seen 8 years of Buhari. Nearly Tinubu, I'm still looking for paradise. Okay? So, it's hard to say what any of them will do. What the politicians do is just sell hope. That's all they do. They sell hope. They sell hope as a drug to people who are ready for anything. They say, this, even if Obi, unless he like National Assembly, maybe people of his kind enter a National Assembly and then they support him as an individual. With the kind of people we have in National Assembly now, they also impeach him. It may not last. And they will frustrate him. They will frustrate him. So, I don't know how Nigeria can be fixed with the current set of politicians that we have. Mind you, there are good ones among them, but they're in the minority.
There are good ones among them,
yes, but they're in the minority.
Okay.
They try to attract all the bad ones surrounding them who are in the majority.
So if you are the government today, Dr. Victor Orha, immediate step would you about?
I think it's important to listen to the ordinary Nigerians, not the people around it. But if your reforms kill me, now of what benefit is it?
No
so
benefit.
It's a social enterprise. There's got to be a balance, you know, and that balance is a very delicate balance. You know what's in the best interest. You can put those hard rules, run it like a business, but don't forget, like I said, it's a social enterprise. You're supposed to take care of people. They're supposed to survive. It's supposed to be welfareist in a way. If you run it strictly as a business and then you're going to kill people. That was why things like the subsidy would have been okay. But I thought that the subsidy should now have been transferred to things like the refinery.
Okay.
You understand? And it's not like giving them the money, but selling crude to them at a cheaper price belongs to all Nigerians. Sell it at a cheaper price to the refinery so that they can refine and in turn sell to Nigerians at a much cheaper price.
Okay.
You know, because if fuel, if you don't have light, it can kill. And then I don't know. We should just subsidize food as well. Very, very important.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Orha, for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Nigerians, for
joining.
It's already time?
Already time?
Yeah, it's already time. Thank you all our viewers. I mean, Nigeria's debt, it's already raising concerns. Nigerians are concerned about the debt.
We're owing 7.2 million naira each.
Nigerians are concerned about the debt, you know, the country is owing, and we just want, you know, we want answers. What are this money being used for? Thank you once again, Dr. Victor, for your time.
Thank you,
and thank you all our viewers for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on CMI. We would be handing over to Benin, so our Benin Network studio, for the continuation of CMI. I am Marcelina Unko. Just stay with us. Another beautiful Wednesday morning. Hello and welcome to TMI Socials, where we talk trending stories making waves on social media, and of course to hear people's reaction about a particular story. So the first story we would be talking about, we saw where the governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mutfwang, where he said people posting the killings and attack in Plateau State on social media are deliberately trying to demarket the state. And this particular video has gotten a lot of people talking. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
But many of you that are in a hurry to put it on social media, you are destroying the state. And sometimes you put on social media what you had as a rumor. You know, the lives you put in danger sometimes with what you put on social media. We need to be careful. We need to be careful. I appeal to our media people. We have nothing to hide. But all our media people, you need to be more responsible. There is a deliberate plan to demarket Plateau State and to tell the world that Plateau State is not anywhere that anybody should visit. But let me reassure Nigerians and the world that Plateau still remains the home of peace and tourism.
Interesting. Let's take a look at people's reaction. All right, this first person said, all people that carried out the attack and the misleaders who allowed it and are yet to apprehend the perpetrators, even when they claim to know. What a shame. Turn to the home of terrorism. This other person said, the market which states, a state that has been battling insecurity for decades now. How are videos showing people killed, buried, and being chased off their homes, the marketing, the states? Question. Look at another. How they die and lost family members and breadwinners. Interesting. Let's take a look at another reaction. Ronnie says they are gasping with breath because social media is exposing their evil agenda of Christian genocide. The only way to cover up is to sweep it under the carpet and use diplomacy to escape being called out. You guys came late. Nigerians' division is unstoppable. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. So the people doing the killings are not the problem, but the problem is people making the awareness of the killings. This country is gone. Interesting. This other person, Liberty, says people are dying and Mr. Governor is trying to be politically correct. Very sad indeed. Interesting. Okay, that is for that. This is really, really sad, trust me. And another story we saw on the internet making wave, we saw that according to the video that has been trending, where some group of persons were seen sharing money, you know, with the envelope of the face of the president. We saw that a few days ago, and yesterday we saw these also, you know, sharing money to people. And a lot of persons are saying, is it because of the forthcoming 2027 election, you know, you're giving them, they can come support you, and it has got different reactions and different comments on social media. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions. Interesting. Let's take a look at people's reaction about this particular story. This person says, how are they doing this openly? And the security agencies are just mute. We can't continue like this as a country. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other user, Chika, said, if they are in a country that is governed by the rule of law, the EFCC should have picked them up for questioning. Another user says, why is this current administration making it look like they are doing Nigerians, the federal government seeks fresh $1.25 billion World Bank. Let's take a look at another reaction. In my own opinion, the word
All right, now this is where we'll come to the high points of the program today, and we'll sincerely apologize for that very unsteady nature of the sound quality with this TMI socials from Lagos. Well, by the special grace of God, tomorrow is going to be another time on the program this morning on ITV. On behalf of my co-anchors in Benin here, Wisino Marshall and Anioluwa Stevens, my name is Evan Sunokugi. Until same time tomorrow, goodbye and God bless you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
wá o. Láti wá o káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́ o. Ọ̀rọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀ tó. Ẹgbọ́n akẹ́bí rẹ̀ láti wá o káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́ o.
Ọmọ nọmba Nedo Ukwu-Akpolokpolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
It makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night, and we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo state government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a NEPA people with a ladder. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them, and we work for it. We should not claim ownership, and we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before, after all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses had to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been glass out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay as the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things, which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in black attic. He go over there and he wake him. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said, Ijowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Ijowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout throughout all this. So before we sort all those things, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our NEPA. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue. They should cut everybody off totally so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 2 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister, I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their food stuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monde, our governor of Edo State, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better person our neighbor used to buy then 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX, 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, I made a pack, made a go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. What the government is trying, I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too, like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use you as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, December, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And, they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security. Like those travel. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in this 20th century, people shout, hey! They'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when people, when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown out and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that has that kind of money, so it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and every other. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And the individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up to 50% from areas. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what will happen to us now, we all the use our hand to define electricity. Some of us will go generator for us, some of us will get solar, some of us will go generate big blister. All these people will get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned money for our hand. You understand? So people are going to go for it. That money, now they need to recruit, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, come and already put light, but in the evening, everywhere will be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, anything concerning light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no day, we must buy generator. At least from office, I buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine a times 1 month, a big money, I think money. From then I will see look at it, we come here and say we want to go for solar. We could use solar to stabilize them, because solar they give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if it's very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. That light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers. As against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BEDC keep complaining that the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of
federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji.
ITV, certainly the best.
àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ojúde àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Àyàbá àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Àlàyé àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tonight on the news, court sentences ex-power minister Saleh Maman to 75 years in jail over 33.8 billion naira fraud. Federal government to temporarily close a coal bridge for urgent rehabilitation works. Governor Okpebholo congratulates Chief Lucky Benedion on the occasion of his 69th birthday. Ovia Southwest leaders endorse Right Honorable Mosadik Benedion for re-election. And to our viewers in Nigeria and across the world, it's a pleasure to have you join us on ITV Network News tonight. From the Abuja Network Studio, my name is Godwin Dede. And from Benin, joining is Anu Oluwapo-Stevens. Good evening to you, Anu.
Good evening, Godwin. Good to see you as always.
And also in the midst from Lagos, joining us is Mercelina Umko. Good evening to you, Mercy.
Beautiful evening to you, Godwin. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
Yeah, good to see you too. Don't forget that you can also watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live and follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITVNG. And now to the news. A federal court in Abuja sentenced Saleh Mamani, former Minister of Power, to 75 years in prison for money laundering and fraud to the tune of 33.8 billion naira. Mamman was convicted on all 12 counts preferred against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. He was sentenced to 7 years on 10 counts and handed 3 years and 2 years each on counts 4 and 5 of the charge. James Omotosho, presiding judge, held that the sentence should run consecutively without the option of a fine, except on count 4, which allows for a 10 million naira fine. The court also ordered the forfeiture of foreign currencies that were recovered from the convict, as well as 4 choice properties in Abuja that were traced to him. The court also issued a warrant for his arrest. Mohammed Hamed, who announced his appearance for the convict on Wednesday, told the court that he did not know Mamman's whereabouts, adding that calls placed to his phone lines and had failed to connect. After the sentencing, Omotosho ordered all security agencies to liaise with Interpol to ensure the convict's arrest. The court held that the sentence should start running from the day of his arrest. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Rwanda for the annual African CEO Forum. The president touched down at Kigali Airport on Wednesday after attending the African-France Summit 2026 in Kenya. During the event in Rwanda, the Nigerian leader will hold high-level meeting with top global and African business leaders. Recall that Tinubu on Monday arrived in Nairobi, Kenya, ahead of the high-level African-France Summit co-hosted by Kenya President William Ruto and French President Emmanuel Macron. And away from that, the federal government has announced plans to launch a nationwide digital switch-over platform on June 17, aimed at expanding access to free television service across the country. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, disclosed this during a facility tour of the Nigerian Communications Satellite alongside the Director General of National Broadcasting Commission, Charles Eboebu, and other stakeholders in Abuja. Abigail Adiremi reports.
Speaking with journalists after the tour, Mohammed Idris commended President Bola Tinubu for supporting the initiative, describing the project as a major breakthrough for Nigeria's broadcasting industry after years of setback. He said the platform will provide free access to over 100 channels, improved picture quality, wider content distribution, and real-time audience measurement for advertisers.
This is a new dawn for our country. The promise that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made, that he's going to reform all sectors, and we are seeing this reform in action in the broadcast industry. You recall that for many years, Nigerians have been grappling with this idea of the DSO, the digital switchover. In other words, moving our transmissions from the analog to the digital. Now this has happened and is ready to be commissioned by the 17th of June this year.
On his part, the DG of NBC, Charles Eboebu, said the initiative is designed to align Nigeria's broadcasting sector with emerging technology and changing audience preferences, particularly among younger viewers.
And now we are updating the list of channels. We're going to have 100 channels by the day of launch, and even more, because more content producers are talking to us. So we're enabling business, we're bringing up content. We have 6 regional studios around the country. You don't have to travel to Lagos or Abuja or Kano to go put on, develop your content.
It's important that for us the service is reliable. It is important for us that the service delivery is perfect.
Eboebu added that the National Broadcasting Commission is establishing 6 regional studios nationwide to decentralize content production from major cities such as Lagos, Abuja, and Kano. From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
From the nation's capital, we turn our attention to Benin, where Anu is standing by. Over to you.
Well, many thanks, Godwin. Here in Edo State, where the state governor, Senator Mondo Kwebolo, has congratulated former governor, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbinedion, on his 69th birthday, describing him as an important figure in the political and democratic history of Edo State. Governor Kwebolo, in a congratulatory message, praised Chief Igbinedion for his years of service to the state and his contributions during Nigeria's return to democratic rule. Governor Kwebolo said the Igbinedion administration made notable contributions in education, infrastructure, economic development, and governance. He outlined landmark achievements recorded by the Igbinedion administration to include the establishment of Edo State Polytechnic Wuse to promote technical and vocational education, road project and housing development in Benin City, as well as estate for civil servants and security personnel. The governor also prayed for continued strength and well-being of the former governor and his family. Chief Lucky Igbinedion served as governor of Edo State from 1999 to 2007 and was the first civilian governor of the state in the Fourth Republic. Chief Igbinedion also served as chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, where he worked with other governors on national and regional issues. In the same vein, the member representing Ovia Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Barrister Omosade Gabriela Igbinedion, has extended warm birthday felicitations to her elder brother, His Excellency Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbinedion, former governor of Edo State, in celebration of his new age. Honorable Omosade Igbinedion, in the goodwill message she personally signed, thanked Almighty God for his grace, mercy, and faithfulness over the life of the former governor, noting that his life journey and achievements remain a reflection of God's abundant blessings and divine preservation. The federal parliamentarian described Chief Lucky Igbinedion as a distinguished statesman whose years of service, leadership, and commitment to the growth and development of Edo State have continued to inspire many within and beyond the state. Honorable Omosade further prayed for God to bless him with continued good health, wisdom, peace, and long life, while wishing him many more fruitful years filled with joy, fulfillment, and greater accomplishments. She reaffirmed her admiration for his enduring legacy and invaluable contributions to society as family members, friends, and associates celebrate his remarkable life and impact. In another development, what appeared to be a desperate plea for help from a stranded visitor has now turned into a case of alleged betrayal and burglary in Olugbo, following the arrest of two suspects by operatives of the Edo State Security Corps. The prime suspect, 27-year-old Elijah Toya, allegedly gained the sympathy of members of Deeper Life Church, Olugbo, after claiming he was stranded and needed assistance. Crime correspondent Joel Adeojo takes it from here.
According to the victim, Pastor Emmanuel Idong, members of the church offered the suspect temporary shelter for the night, believing a story for help was genuine. However, the suspect allegedly left the church premises in the middle of the night and crossed over to Pastor Emmanuel's residence opposite the church, where he reportedly broke in and carted away valuables, including 3 generators, motor parts, and other household items.
I called the boy that usually lives in my house when I'm not around. I asked him, he said that when he came back from work, that he met somebody inside the church and he interrogated the person. The person told him that he is stranded somehow, so that he want to pass the night in the church because they had Bible study yesterday in Deeper Life Church at Imasabo. So he made a call to a member who confirmed that the boy really was with them, and they allowed the boy to sleep in the church. And the church is opposite my house.
The suspect, Elijah Tuoyo, reportedly confessed to breaking into several homes within Olugbo to steal valuables. He also admitted selling some of the stolen items to the second suspect, identified as Godlove Clement.
I can't add Deeper Life, I can't sleep for themselves. I can't ask nobody to inside the house. I can't look the store. Yes. The store not the top. I can't see all this for inside. Now I can't take I get person like say I the kind of the key, whether they call Prince, now they send me to go. steal. They go from places to places. They go observe community to community. They steal. Now 3 months ago, I think no one, and I know they still they give them.
Godslove Clement was also reportedly tracked and arrested through a phone call linked to the transaction.
I don't get those goods, so I don't carry those goods, so but now only 3 generators I fit carry.
No, I will drop money for you today.
The time on that, because those 3 generators now I fit to get money, those which they can't, so now I fit to go bring account. If I fit deliver, you know say the load are too many, so you go do me where I go need like 60, 70, so that I might fit to arrange the committee as you talk.
Both suspects have since been handed over to the Nigerian Police Ologbo Division for further investigation and prosecution. Jola Diojo, ITV News.
In the meantime, it was a massive show of support and jubilation in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State as the member representing Ovia Northeast, Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Barrister Mosade Gabriela Igbenedion, was endorsed as the sole candidate for the constituency ahead of the party primaries. The endorsement meeting attracted the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, party leaders, local government, party executives, women leaders, youth, and supporters from across Ovia axis. Ofuri Aneta has the details.
The atmosphere was electrifying as supporters and party faithful gathered at the Igwabazwa Town Hall in Ovia Southwest local government area for the endorsement meeting of Right Honorable Mosade Gabriela Igbenedion. Welcoming the federal lawmaker, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, called for unity among party members and urged them to support her return to the House of Representatives.
I don't go to Sibuna. By the grace of God, when all of us support my sister, Mosade Gabriela Igbenedion, I know my sister, she not go let us shame. She will do everything with our support. She will give us plenty projects.
The chairman of the APC in Ovia Southwest local government area, Mr. Emmanuel Ogbomo, also appealed to party faithful to adopt and support her for another term, describing her as a worthy representative of the constituency.
Please, men and women, I beg you now, our sister, may she go complete the 4 years when they come through.
In her remarks, Right Honorable Mosade Gabriela Igbenedion appreciated the warm reception and assured constituents of more developmental projects and quality representation.
I want to thank you all, the APC family. You will be seeing more of me. Not just more of me, but more projects and empowerment coming to the good people of Ovia Southwest and Ovia Federal Constituency.
A motion for her endorsement was moved by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, adopted by Honorable Damien Kalayolo, and seconded by Professor Ipomosa Omorodio, before a unanimous vote of confidence was passed by party leaders and supporters.
Right Honorable Mosade Gabriela is our sole candidate.
The lawmaker also thanked the governor and deputy governor for their support, pledging to complement the effort of Governor Monday Okpebholo through meaningful projects and stronger representation at the National Assembly.
Indeed, I am grateful for this opportunity to go and serve the people of Ovia Federal Constituency under the flagship of the APC.
From Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
And from Benin, we cross over to Lagos for more stories.
Many thanks, Godwin, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. The federal government says it is taking steps in ensuring unmanned aerial vehicles and drones imported into the country are licensed. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Aviation, Malam Mahmoud Adams, made this known during the 6th International and Drone Technology Conference in Lagos State.
Declaring the 6th International and Drone Technology Conference open, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Aviation, Malam Mahmoud Adams, represented by Director of Air Safety and Administration, Robia Tuko Aliu, said the ministry is working hard to surpass the gains made by other African countries in areas of air safety, hence the need to take a look at the use of drones in Nigeria.
African countries such as Rwanda, Uganda, and Ghana are competing to lead the continent in advancing this sector. We have incorporated some past recommendations from drone techs and other UAS recommendations, and we have initiated the development of a robust policy framework to support the regulations.
Director General, Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, Captain Chris Najamo, while commenting on the importance of air safety, said the agency is launching a new phase on the use of drones in Nigeria, pointing out that every drone will be registered for the safety of lives and property with the involvement of technology.
The idea was to provide a comprehensive roadmap and direction for the industry, and of course establish a clear role for all to play in making Nigeria a brand player in the sector. We graciously received the approval of the Honorable Minister of Aviation, our dear Barrister Festus Keyamo, to commence the process of developing this policy framework and roadmap.
High point of the conference was the launch of the new drone registration portal by the DG NCAA, alongside the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Aviation, officers from the Nigeria Customs Office of the NSA, NAMA, amongst others. From Lagos, Aigbuji Korea, ITV News.
In another report, the Federal Road Safety Corps, Lagos State Command, has confirmed the closure of Eko Bridge on Lagos Island. The FRSC said the temporary closure of Eko Bridge is to facilitate rehabilitation works on the UBA Akpombo Ijora corridor.
A statement signed by the Sector Public Education Officer, FRSC Lagos State Command, SRC Elizabeth Oluwadamilola. The command said the decision was taken during a strategic meeting held between the Lagos State Sector Commander, Corps Commander Kende Hamzat, and the Federal Controller of Works, Engineer Olufemi Dare, while implementation modalities and public safety considerations were jointly reviewed. It said after due consideration of operational and public safety factors, the planned closure, which was earlier proposed to take effect at 12 midnight on Tuesday, 11th May 2026, was rescheduled and will commence on Tuesday, 19th May 2026 from 12 midnight. It said motorists are advised to make use of UBA to Alta Marina to 3rd Mainland Bridge and other adjoining corridors during the period of the closure. The Sector Commander, Corps Commander Kende Hamzat, urged road users to exercise patience, adhere strictly to traffic laws, and comply with diversion signs that will be put in place. The FRSC said it is to ensure minimum disruption and maintain order, as FRSC personnel, in collaboration with other traffic management agencies, will be deployed strategically across affected routes to ensure smooth traffic flow and public safety. From Lagos, Aigbuji Korea, ITV.
Meanwhile, the SMA of Benin, Sir Chief Gabriel Osawari Igbinedion, has been described as a true nationalist committed to the peace, unity and security of the country. Defense correspondent John Tenner reports that the managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Elvis Obaseki, stated this during a courtesy visit by some management staff of the station to the defense headquarters in Abuja.
The commitment of independent television and radio to report that promotes national peace and security stems from the visionary leadership of its owner, the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbinedion. The visit by the managing director of Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, alongside some management staff to the Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, aimed at strengthening collaboration with the defense headquarters in promoting national peace and security. While commending the military's effort in securing the country, Engineer Obaseki said the chairman of ITV and Radio, the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbinedion, remains committed to using the station's platform to advance peace and security across the country.
Owner and founder of Independent Television and Radio, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbinedion, everything about him embodies how Nigeria could be better. And we found that the best way we could go about it is to also extend that support in media matters to the defense. defense of our dear country, Nigeria.
Meanwhile, the Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, commended ITV and radio for its patriotic reportage and consistent core military activities.
That we've been called upon based on the peculiar challenges that are facing Nigeria. So I want to thank you and also implore that you please continue with the available consideration for me.
Souvenirs were exchanged at the end of the courtesy visit. The event was attended by top management staff of ITV and Radio Abuja, including Annual Manager Mr. Stephen Ojo, Head of Radio Mr. Ene Okon, among others. From John Tina, ITV News.
And now it's time for a break. When we return.
Welcome back. Still on the news, residents of Igor and Ikpuba-Oka local government areas of Edo State have commended the member representing Igor, Ikpuba-Oka Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Honorable Murphy Osaro Omori, following the commissioning of key constituency projects in the area. The projects include a newly constructed block of 6 classrooms at Honre Grammar School, as well as ultra-modern toilets and bathroom facilities with solar-powered boreholes at Wotubu and Urigbini markets. Ofuri Aneta tells us more.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The commissioning tour began at Onre Grammar School in Ego local government area, where Honorable Murphy Usaro Omori inaugurated a fully furnished block of 6 classrooms to the delight of students, teachers, and community leaders. The federal lawmaker urged beneficiaries to imbibe a proper maintenance culture, stressing that public facilities should be treated as collective assets for the benefit of all.
This school belongs to Onre community. Madam Principal, I want you all to take this school personal. That means take it as your own. That is the only thing that will save this school. I can assure you that.
At Ewotubu Market in Ego local government area and Oregbeni Market in Ikpuba-Oka local government area, Honorable Mori also commissioned ultra-modern toilet and bathroom facilities equipped with solar-powered boreholes for traders and residents. He said the projects were part of efforts to fulfill promises made during his electioneering campaign, and again appealed to beneficiaries to ensure proper use and maintenance of the facilities. Beneficiaries and market leaders commended the project while pledging their continued support for the lawmaker.
We also appreciate you, sir, for the scholarships you have given to our students at different levels. No more open defecation. Our mothers and daughters now have safe and private place. We thank Honorable Murphy Osaro Omori.
Honorable, come open this toilet for we. We thank her. We happy where.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
And on the political front, where Chief Jonathan Ibremole, popularly known as Pajol, who was a PDP leader in Ward 9 alongside some executives in Ukboji, Esa Central Local Government Area, Edo State, have defected to the All Progressive Congress at the ward level. The APC Ward 9 chairman and other party leaders present offered prayers for the defector and presented him with the broom, the symbol of the APC. The report by Francisca Igbenele is presented by Williams Yama.
Former Ward 9 PDP chairman Opoji, Esa Central Local Government Area, Chief Jonathan Agbremole and other leaders of the party were welcomed into the APC fold and described his defection as a major boost to the party in Ward 9 and Esa Central Local Government Area. Speaking on behalf of other defectors, Chief Agbremole said he decided to join the APC because of the visible development in Irua and Edo State. They said Opoji, being part of the Esa Central local government, needs urgent development and assured the governor, Senator Modupebulo, of their support, promising that Ward 9 and Opoji will deliver massively for the party in the forthcoming election.
Any election that the governor is involved, we'll give him level by level. We want it to come and spread development. To Opoji, we lack development.
Anybody that sees the projects the governor has embarked upon now has no reason not to come and join the party.
The APC ward chairman, who spoke in his dialect, welcomed the new members and urged them to always respond whenever they are called upon by the party. Also speaking, the #1 leader of the ward, Honorable Ehis Arebame, said the de facto leader of the ward, although absent, was aware of the defection and sent his goodwill message to the defectors and their supporters present. Defection of PDP leadership in Ward 9 Opoji has increased the numerical strength of the APC in the area. Walenciama, ITV News.
Rotary International District 9141 is holding its district conference in Benin City, Edo State capital. The conference is expected to feature networking among Rotarians, partnership building, and promotion of fellowship and humanitarian service. Jonah Amarawa completes the story.
The 2026 Rotary International District 9141 Conference is an annual multi-day gathering aimed at showcasing community impact, strengthening professional and social network, and inspiring Rotarians through speeches and fellowship activities. The event brings together members from various clubs across the district to celebrate service projects, review district goals, and align with Rotary International's yearly theme. Speaking on the conference, the General Secretary of Rotary International and Chief Executive Officer of Rotary Worldwide, John Huko, highlighted the organization's local and international service projects in areas such as health, education, and community development, while also calling for stronger media partnership.
Rotarians are community leaders, respected in the community. We're able to work with the people, with the religious leaders, with the community leaders to help overcome some of these barriers and to help make sure that every single child in Nigeria, in Africa, and around the world is vaccinated. And we look forward to working with you to promote Rotary, which really is, once you get to know it, it's really amazing.
Earlier, the governor of District 9141, which comprises Edo, Delta, Rivers, and Bayelsa states, Anthony Warrior, emphasized that Rotary's activities would receive wider publicity with active media involvement.
All the good works we are doing in terms of the projects we are doing, if they are not communicated down to the nooks and crannies of the cities, people will not be able to know what they're doing. So that's where you come in as one of our game changers in terms of helping us to cascade the good works.
Some past and serving Rotarians accompanying the Rotary International Chief Executive John Huko to the media parley. The 2026 District Conference, which commenced on May 13, will end on May 16, 2026. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
In other news, as part of effort to put smiles on the faces of the less privileged, members of Golden Sisters Club, popularly known as My Husband Choice, have donated food items to women in Oka community, Ikpuba Oka local government area of Edo State. The humanitarian group had earlier visited the Benin Correctional Center and some hospitals where food items and relief materials were distributed to inmates and patients. Donald Amir reports that beneficiaries commended the gesture, describing it as timely and impactful.
It was a moment of joy and excitement for residents of Oka community in Obaka local government area as members of Golden Sisters Club, also known as My Husband Choice, distributed food items to women in the area. The outreach formed part of the club's humanitarian activities aimed at supporting the less privileged and giving hope to vulnerable members of the society. President of the club, Mrs. Ehis Ebuwa, alongside other people officers, said the initiative was driven by the desire to positively impact lives and promote love and compassion within communities. Justice. They explained that the club had earlier visited the Benin Correctional Center, where food items and relief materials were donated to inmates as well as hospitals, where members interacted with patients and offered support.
When you're in golden sister, you achieve many things. If you don't have property, we will make you to have property. And we will also support you in building. Even though single or married, everybody is accepted. We love ourselves.
We went to hospital, Central Hospital, and went to prison too. We pay bills, and we give to the mama babies and the pregnant women that is there. We share papa's wipe, and we pay some bills.
We empower the youths, the women, and the elderly ones, even widows. We help them.
Some beneficiaries who expressed appreciation for the gesture said the assistance would go a long way in easing their present challenges.
We not do well for our body, either good or bad. If we dey in unity, one unity like this, things not go hard. Either good or bad, this one small, big. I know where it go a long way for my children.
They have been helping the widows, the orphan. I thank God for their life. Even this same week, they went to prison yard, they went to orphanage.
The event also featured games and entertainment, including dancing competitions among members of the club. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
You're still on to the main news on ITV. We now take a short break. Please join us again. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. The All Progressive Congress, ASACO, East Local Government Area has zoned the House of Assembly seats to the North Ibia Zone for equity and justice, calling on other aspirants from the other zone to step down. The decision was reached during an expanded executive committee meeting of the party held in Agenebude, ASACO East Local Government Area, Edo State on Tuesday. William Siama has more.
Newsmen on the outcome of the meeting, the APC chairman, ASACO East Local Government Chapter, Mr. Peter Okponoke, said the meeting was held to review internal developments and strategize for the forthcoming local government and State House of Assembly primaries. Mr. Okponoke disclosed that the State House of Assembly seat has been zoned to North EBA because the local government chairmanship is coming from Agenebude zone. According to him, the decision to zone the House of Assembly seat to North EBA was based on equity, fairness, and justice.
It is noted that the local government council chairman is currently situated within the Agenebude zone. New directive to maintain political equilibrium. The executive committee has officially resolved that the ticket for the State House of Assembly be zoned to the North Ibe zone.
Mr. Okponoke, however, called on party faithful and aspirants from Agenebude and local zones to respect the decision of the party.
The senatorial office has stayed too long in Agenebude. Now it should move to the person of Comrade Adams Abiyoshomole. And we saw it today and we are enjoying it.
William Siama, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the leadership of Amaba community in Uredo local government area, Edo State, has called on the public, especially owners of properties,
in a statement signed by the chairman committee on verification,
which is scheduled to hold Monday to Friday daily at the community town hall. Ayes Unamure has the details.
In a statement signed by the chairman committee on verification and authentication, Amagba community, and secretary Nusahai Igbinidu, said owing to outcry by landowners over encroachment on reallocation of the land, there is need for every property owner to meet with their verification committee for clarification. According to the chairman, the secretary and properties owners are requested to come with their documents as proof of ownership in accordance with the verification and authentication team, as the exercise is compulsory to correct abnormalities. From Benin, Eis Unamure, ITV News.
We'll take a breather now. Please stay. Welcome back. Political development ahead of the 2027 general election and concerns over Nigeria's rising debt burden were among major issues discussed on the flagship program this morning on ITV. Ayes Onamure has more.
In Abuja, politician Sam Eke spoke on preparations ahead of the 2027 elections and called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to intensify voter education while considering diaspora voting for Nigerians abroad.
It's better, INEC, look inward and improve the process.
From Benin, political analyst and former Edo State Labour Party chairman Kelly Ogbaloe, who joined virtually, analyzed the ongoing strategic realignment within the African Democratic Congress and Nigerian Democratic Congress ahead of the next political cycle.
There are what you call waivers in all of this. Every political party has it. So if there's a credible youth that can be so placed in such circumstances, is to approach the party, and supplicate to say, here I am for you, and I can do this, I can do that. Then the political party will waive. And so, because of the confidence we have on you, and because we believe you can do A and B, don't pay.
From Lagos, UN Humanitarian Ambassador Dr. Victor Ahai deliberated on the federal government proposed $1.2 billion World Bank loan request and its implications on the national economy.
What we're leaving for those who are coming is sort of unsustainable. When the subsidy was removed, that would have freed up funds to be able to take care of quite a lot of things. But that has not exactly been the case. The funds that were freed up from subsidy payment was instead used was shared among the states. And what has happened is that the state governments are so overwhelmed with too much money right now that they don't even know what to do. All of them have come to the ruling party because it's like free money for them. No one is holding anyone accountable.
From Benin, Ahis Onamure, ITV News.
The Anambra State government says it has concluded its investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct made by a human rights lawyer and public commentator Professor Chidi Undikalu against the security advisor to the state governor Ken Emekei. Undikalu had accused Emekei of alleged sexual misconduct bordering on improper relationship with Mrs. Masi Nwagu, the wife of the detained herbalist Chukwu Dozie Nwagu. The allegations made some weeks ago generated controversy and public debate surrounding the prosecution and conviction. Reports state that the Anambra State Governor, Mazi Ejiofor Okpara, said a fact-finding committee constituted by the state government to probe the allegations submitted and exonerated the security advisor. The Anambra State government has disclosed that it has concluded its investigation into allegations made by Professor Chidi Undikalu against the governor's security advisor, Mr. Ken Emekei, and has found the claims to be false and misleading. The Anambra State government reiterates its commitment to due process, fairness, and protection of the reputation of public officers from malicious and unsubstantiated claims. Meanwhile, the federal government has pledged to pay a total of 8 billion naira in outstanding obligations to Nigerian students on the abolished bilateral education agreement scholarship. The government said that the scheme was riddled with fraud and abused beyond its original purpose. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa explained that 4 billion naira had already been disbursed and the remaining 4 billion naira would be approved within 2 weeks. Alausa said one of the first files placed before him upon assumption of office exposed the scale of the scheme's abuse. He disclosed that he has asked to approve 650 million naira to send 60 students to Morocco, and that among the courses listed was a scholarship for a Nigerian student to study English in a French-speaking country. The minister said the BEA was originally designed as a diplomatic instrument to send Nigerian students abroad for specialized training in fields such as engineering, medicine, and aeronautics, but had been distorted over the years into a general overseas education subsidy. He further disclosed that some beneficiaries were among were found to be simultaneously enrolled in Nigerian universities while collecting BEA funds. The BEA program was established through diplomatic agreement with countries including China, Russia, Algeria, Hungary, Morocco, Egypt, and Serbia, under which hundreds of Nigerian students were sponsored to pursue higher education overseas. In business news, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, says Nigeria could no longer rely mainly on borrowing to fund development, warning that the country must build a sustainable fiscal system. Update in the world of sports, we now join Tolulope Ogutimei.
Building a strong pipeline of talent for Nigeria's national team requires sustained investment in grassroots sport. Since the re-establishment of the National Sports Commission, Chairman Chewu Diko and Director General Bukola Olopade have introduced the Intermediate Championship to bridge the gap between the National Youth Games and the National Sports Festival. Olopade said the initiative aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's vision of creating more opportunities for both home-based and diaspora athletes to compete and showcase their talents.
There is a determination from the very top. The leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a clear leadership, a leadership of purpose. The President has made it clear that Nigeria must be at the top of Committee of Nations in our sports. And he has not only promised that, he's giving to us all we need to ensure that we continue to excel. Without the support of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we won't be achieving the things we are achieving.
Honorable Kolapade also disclosed that the festival is scheduled to take place in October.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesni Agbe, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ìjẹ̀bú-Òde aṣáájú ọbẹ̀ sọ pé. Àyàbá sọ́kè ọbẹ̀ sọ pé. Àlàyé àtọ́jú ọbẹ̀ sọ pé. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Wajua. Apa àtọpẹ́ yìí?
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to yet another edition of International Forum. I am Wilson Omasho. A lot has been going on in the Middle East, but we're not jumping to that today. We're not jumping on it at all today. We'll be taking a look at the proposed, visitation of U.S. President Donald Trump to China this week. It's a proposal to visit, and many persons in the global arena have been talking about this. Two great leaders, you can just call them greatest leaders, so to speak, of the world. After all, China right now been able to eke out a niche for herself as a country, and of course a superpower. You can't take it from there. So Donald Trump says he's going to pay a visit to China, and China is willing to welcome Trump. But the question now is, these two have been at loggerhead. Yes, since Trump came into power, talking about China cheating on U.S., talking about tariff on Chinese goods, and of course China retaliated, and that led to where we are right now in terms of inflation, because every country is trying to outdo the other country in terms of trade, and trade, they say, makes the world go round. But with this visit, do you think it will all go well for the world? Do you think that Donald Trump will be able to carve out, so to speak, a roadmap for the hostilities to stop? Right now, the tariffs are still there heavily on the goods of these countries in question. U.S. said 50% tariff, right? China said 50% tariff also. I slam you. When elephant fights, who suffers? Yes, old African proverb, the grasses, they do suffer. In this case, who are the grasses? Of course, other nations. Well, with me here in the studio talking about this, he is a political analyst, political affairs commentator. He is, a human rights activist, an entrepreneur, and of course a politician. Join me to welcome Elvis Brown. Thank you so much for joining us on the show, Elvis.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. It's very close to me. Lecturer in Uniben, political affairs commentator about local and international politics. He is well grounded when you start talking about international relations. Coming again to Nigerian politics, you just can't take it away from you. I almost want to, give him the heart to call him a politician, but you just don't deny it. That is not a politician, but come on, every human, they say, is a political animal. Join me to welcome Honorable Frank Amego. Thank you so much for making our time to join us in the studio.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll be expecting Honorable Teosai Gibo to join us virtually if network permits, or if I can just wriggle out of his busy schedule. We had a chat, but let's see how it will pan out. If you're to make it, you're going to his own side of the story. Okay, he's even there. Honorable Teosai, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us.
But I'm still the first Prince of Bel-Air.
He keeps calling me Prince of Bel-Air. Can you imagine that? All right, Sonny, I hear you. To me, his son, I'm the Prince of Bel-Air. Whatever. Thank you so much for making that time to join us. So I'm going to start off with you, Honorable Frank Kamego.
Yes.
Some are saying that they never expected this to happen because of the words they were exchanged between these two great leaders about trade tariff. And right now, they're proposing to meet even this week. What do you have to say about that?
Yes, the meeting was earlier scheduled. Yeah, but because of the war between US and Iran, they had to reschedule it sometime around March. So this meeting is starting tomorrow, arrival is tomorrow, and the talks will start Thursday through to Friday. It's a discussion that is been long expected from the two parties. And you qualified it when two elephants fight. Even before the grass will start suffering, the two elephants are tired. They are tired. So it's in the state of tiredness that they now deem it necessary to have this meeting. I recall that the last time a US president visited China was in 2017. It's about a decade ago. So this meeting is germane for the peace, progress, development of both nations. And what the US president wants to discuss, or what the agenda for discussion, is not far-fetched. In no particular order, they want to talk about trade, they want to talk about AI development, still want to talk about Iran, the war ongoing, and the nuclear weapons. And I'm sure by now the US government would have known the stand of China when it comes to nuclear weapons. And China wouldn't want to talk about that because they are holding that to their chests because they know what it means for them to update American government about how far they've gone in nuclear weapons and all that. And if that becomes the case, US might want to use UN to want to regulate or deregulate, as the case may be, whatever thing they want to do. On AI in particular, China has gone very far in AI development. Talking about artificial intelligence. And when it comes to Iran, the US knows, just as China also knows, that 90% of the crude of Iran is purchased by China. And the indirect meaning of that is that having known clearly that Iran is like a terrorist nation, but by China patronizing them up to 90% shows that China is the one energizing or funding terrorism. That one can be discussed along the line of Taiwan and all that. So on trade, as you earlier introduced, you increase the tariff, I increase the tariff. So both of them are tired. And it will shock you to know that in terms of trying to protect the American government, the former administration, I think headed by, it's not Obama, the other...
is it Joe Biden?
Joe Biden did worse in an attempt to protect American government than Trump is doing. So you cannot heap all the blames on Trump alone. Joe Biden also did worse off tariff than Trump is trying to do. The difference is just that Trump is blowing the trumpet.
All right.
Joe Biden was quiet about it, and he did more damage than Trump is doing now. So on trade, they will come to an agreement because several of American businessmen are going to be in the entourage to discuss business and all that. Okay. I'm sure this is a good development that they should meet.
All right. We'll be taking it one at a time. Let's take a look at trade. Comrade Elvis Brown. Now, do you feel that Donald Trump is just going to go to China and put everything on the table about trade? Because this seems to be what concerns both nations. After all, both nations do import or export also to each other.
Well, I think Trump is going into this
call it negotiation, with a lot of strength. It's going in really positive. They would have done that some time ago. But if you're going to discuss with China on economy, on trade, you have to do that from an angle of strength. China's economy, the Chinese economy actually has a lot of buffers. Trump has seen that the tariffs were not working. The tariffs were good. It was reducing the deficit, American trade deficit with China, but it was not really helping because China was opening up other economies, other partnerships, especially in Africa. So when Trump saw that, he decided to create a position of strength to go into these negotiations. And one of the things they did was to take over Venezuela because they know how important that is to China. Then disrupt Iran. That is a major oil trade that China relies on for a lot of its economic activities. So after disrupting that, America decided to stay on the sea to decide what goes in and out of Iran. That's something, that's a strategy. And now he wants to go to China. I can guarantee you that he's going to come out of China with a very good deal. That's
a very good deal?
Yes, a very good deal. That's the kind of person Trump is. And that's why you have Elon Musk in his team, you have Tim Cook, you have a lot of other Wall Street CEOs going with him to China. They want to see what they can get out of China for the American market. And I can tell you at the end of the day, America is going to look better with this visit.
So you're saying it's all about America first for
It's about America first for Trump. You know, if he's going into China, he's not going there to just shake hands and probably, you know, think of how you can. He's going to talk about Chinese investment in America. He's going to talk about opening up the Chinese market for America CEOs and businesses. You're going to find Tesla vehicles returning back to the Chinese market. You're going to find a lot of all those things that are produced in America now open, you know, to be produced in China.
It's like you're missing one point. China, they have their own kind of Tesla car already.
Of course they do.
They have their own AI competing very well, healthily with America. So what does America have that China doesn't have right now?
You see, whatever the Chinese government has, or whatever China has, is always not as good as what you get from America. What China does is take that technology, you know, reduce it to, you know, a point where you can actually mass produce it to a lot of people based on their population. And so the American design, the American production are usually different. So when you are talking about the fact that they have their own AIs, they have a lot of times, of course, remember we discussed here on this show and I told you that Iran was relying on Chinese anti-missile technologies, was relying on, even Venezuela was relying on those war devices from China, from Russia, and America went into Venezuela. Within 2 hours, they had the president. So you cannot compare all that. They understand this thing. They even want America to come. China wants America to come. Because if you come, they'll ask you the intellectual property, open it to us. And the reason they are doing that, so that when eventually you're leaving the market, they can continue to produce that product that you brought to their market. So that's what they do. So if you are not open to letting them have that, they are not letting you into their economy, into their market. And so that is what Trump is fighting. And if he goes in now, he's going to, you know, have a lot of deals that will tend to protect the American interest. That's what I think is going to come out of this.
All right, now let's get to hear from Honorable Etiosa Igebo. Honorable, are you there? Now, from what Brown said, he said America is going into China very strong. Donald Trump is getting set to go into China with lots of experience. We have, you know, the CEO of Tesla. Yes, you know him too well. Some other great business mind from America going to China. From his own opinion, America is going there to negotiate what will benefit America. Now, what do you feel about this? It's like we're having some technical difficulties. Not to worry, when we're able to re-establish contact with Honorable Etiosa, you're going to raise on side of the story. So I'm going to move the question to you, Honorable Frank Amego. He is going there with Elon Musk. You know, the person of Elon Musk, we talk about invention and, of course, business. Is going there also with great minds, American businessmen. They're going there to, like, negotiate. Let's take a look at trades right now. He said China, or well, let's say America rather, is going into China with lots of advantage. Remember when China did their own show of strength when they celebrated their own anniversary? Almost all the weapons that America possess, they display them also today. So they have stealth jets also. They show it to the world that they too, they are a force to reckon with. We're talking about production. Whatever America has, China also, they can boast of it. So what do you think will give Trump that advantage in this discussion?
So whatever will be discussed Thursday and Friday this week, let's not forget that there is a reciprocal visit later on in the year, such that China will also play a second leg. So whatever thing that is arrived at this week is not final. The finality is on the return leg. So whatever thing that is going to be presented this week, the final say, the decision will come up in the second leg of the visit from China to America. So let America not just be so happy. They are not dealing with mediocres, I mean, as far as Chinese people are concerned. So no matter how many of the business moguls that Donald Trump want to lift to China, let them not forget that you are coming to the home of someone. So now, just as he's come out with Trump, he blows his trumpet so suddenly, too early, such that you end up displaying all your weapons before your enemies. So now that China is aware of the caliber of people that are coming to China, they also create a backup. Even if they have a few persons in attendance, since they're still within China, they can call ABC, kindly attend this meeting right here, right now. So for us to think that America is going there to come back home smiling, I doubt a little bit, because we're not going to meet China as if they are a set of neophytes as far as trade and investment is concerned. So America should go with a clear mind, we'll go to the genuine mind to discuss things that will mutually benefit each other. Otherwise, if it's one-sided, it will be a deadlock, and the reciprocal visit may never hold. It's one turn, they say, one good turn that deserves another. If this turn does not create room for a second turn, that might be the end of it. So I'm sure, among other things that will necessitate the reciprocal visit is the aspect of America wanting the Chinese government to withdraw or suspend or reduce trade with Iran.
We'll get to that point.
Yes.
We'll get to that point. But we'll get to that point. Now, Comrade, he said that China might just be able to call off Americans' bluff. They said America is going with some great personalities in terms of business, because it's all about trade right now. You say they're coming with an advantage, but he's saying that, look, no matter the advantage they are coming with, this is like a first meeting, so to speak. China also is going to reciprocate the visit, and if they sort of go off according to plan, they may choose not to come. Do you feel that the advantage of America, if any, will shake China to dance toward American music?
Well, I think that America already has the advantage over China in terms of their negotiations, because, like I said before, America understands how China operates. America knows that China literally flood your market with their goods, and then get you to give them something in return, which they need. There was this era of earth magnets, where
that's rare earth metals.
Rare metals, yeah. Where America had to now start, also acquiring its own. When Trump hits China had to let go, had to allow America to have as much as they could. Now, the reason I say America is going to China with a leverage is not because of the people he's going with. It's because of what Trump has been able to do that's currently affecting China. China is actually being affected by the war with Iran, terribly been affected. The one with Venezuela has actually affected China also. So with all these things, when they sit down, the guy is going to ask, all right, fine, I will let Iran go so I can continue your trade along that path. But what do I get in return? Open your markets. Let's have this, let's have ABC. And you know, China has a spirit of waiting. They literally say, all right, let's just give it to him after he has like 2 years to go. That's the way they operate. And so now, what do we now need to do to ensure that the likes of Trump does not return to the White House? That will be the next thing they'll be thinking about. But on this one, Trump is winning. And whether or not you like it, Trump is going to go there. And in China also, you need to understand that China does not have the caliber of people that Trump is going with. In China, you don't rise to the point of Elon Musk. You don't rise to the point of Tim Cook. You'll be brought down. When was the last time you heard about Alibaba?
According to Chinese report, they have over 100 million millionaires in China.
Do you know them? I just told you. I just give you an example.
That is a statistics. And now we're going to report, or they begin to clock billions.
Of course,
in dollars, not years right now.
Anybody that is getting to that stage, there's a level you get to in wealth in China that becomes state-owned. That the CCP take control of everything you have, what you say, where you go. And if you don't, they take you out of the equation. That's the way it works there. It's a regime that is, you know, highly, it controls its people. It's not like the kind of American economy where you have people keep growing in wealth on the Wall Street. You have big men everywhere, billionaires rising here and there. It's not like that in China. All right? So it gets to a point in China that they feel you're becoming too powerful, you'll be curbed. So you don't expect, even, let's watch the arraignment. We're going to see the visit. Chinese government is not going to come in with some business mogul to meet with Trump. It's going to come in with some of those loyalists within his government, within the CCP, the Communist Party, to meet with Trump. That's the way they do it. That's how they operate. He will not care whoever Trump is bringing to the discussion. You want to have discussion with Trump, you will let it stay at that. You know, those other guys will just be there trying to pass opinion to Trump on issues and all that. Trump understands how to play this game. He believes that when he takes those guys to that place, their presence will also help to actually influence some things. They are known. The Chinese people know Elon Musk. They know Tim Cook. He has a company in China. So these are the games that Trump is playing. It's not necessarily because he wants them to come and help him negotiate the deal. He's a master negotiator himself. He knows that he's going to go there. And when he brings these people in, it makes it look like I'm here for these people. It is their interest that brought me. And so whatever he's saying to the Chinese government is as though he's saying it because of these people that he has brought. But he has his team planned. He has everything he's going to say planned out. And that's the kind of person I think Trump is. He'll get that deal out of that place.
All right. So do you agree to what he said about Trump being a strategist, a master planner? After all, as it stands, right, Venezuela oil is being controlled by the U.S., no doubt about that. And now American Navy or the Sea, they are there trying to, not trying to, they're effectively checkmating whatever goes in or comes out of Iran, even to the oil. Does this give Trump or America the advantage in this particular encounter, proposed meeting?
Why there can't be any advantage? As Elvis just posited, he seems to know so much of the antecedents of Donald Trump. And if that becomes the case, Elvis, don't also forget that the Chinese people also know as much as you have known about Donald Trump. So they will wait for him carefully. Because what you said about Trump now is antecedents, is modus operandi and all that. Other people know it. So they're going to take advantage of that knowledge. That's why it's not good to talk too much. Donald Trump talks too much. He's going to come with this, come with that. I'm going to hide under the Elon Musk as if I'm supporting them. The Chinese government also knows. Because that knowledge is not domiciled in Benin alone. So if it becomes global, I mean, knowledge about what Donald Trump is coming to play out in China as from tomorrow, it means it's a global knowledge. So the Chinese people, they are not a novice to just underrate. It's very dangerous at this point that you're going to negotiate a deal and you just conclude in your mind that I'm going to overpower, overshadow, overwhelm my colleagues I'm going to discuss with. It's going to be dangerous ground for them. So let's see how it pans out according to, we'll see. Let's see how it pans out. Because the first day of meeting, I want to follow up to see the communique that will be reached, that America will be so surprised at what China will bring to the table. Because China has kept quiet. And that quiet nature is not to be to the advantage of Donald Trump. If you understand martial arts very well, which I belong to, any opponent that is showing power doesn't have power. The opponent that keeps quiet is more technical, is more powerful, and once the match starts, you'll be so surprised at the outcome. So Donald Trump is parading so many people. He is thinking that China will also want to play along that line to say, if you bring Elon Musk, I will bring Jackie Chan. If you bring that, I will bring Bruce Lee. So they are not doing that. They are quiet. You bring them. Bring them. As you know, on AI, China is far ahead of the US. Is far ahead of US. So no matter what you want to do, I want to, if Donald Trump will hear my clarion call now, you should quickly understand that there are certain matters you keep to your chest. Don't expose anything. Just say to the world or to China, I'm coming with some of my friends. Let not China begin to investigate how does Elon Musk attend to matters. They'll go and restrain and wait for you. I'm sure the first meeting on Thursday, which will be concluded on Friday, the first leg, Donald Trump will go back to Washington, D.C. and have a rethink.
All right. You just don't want to go for a break right now. When we return, we'll dive into other issues that might just pop up in course of this visitation. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying. It is all about the proposed visit of the U.S. President Donald Trump to Chinese President Xi Jinping, and it's going to be taking place in China. There's many talking points what I've been talking about, that these two great nations will be talking, not fighting. They'll be jaw-joined. Let's get to see whose intellect will grab something positive from this particular visit. And of course, I have Honorable Frank Amigo and Comrade Elvis Bravo tried linking up with Etiosa Igbo. Due to network challenges, we were not able to bring him on board. Probably next week when he's around, he'll be here physically. Now, let me come to, he said Trump talks too much. He has already put his cards on the table. The Chinese, they are known for being patient, because that's what I was told to learn from them. They are very, very patient, meticulous, articulate, and somehow they jump on you when you think that you've got them cornered. Now, do you feel that America will go home with a juicy deal when we talk about this trade deficit between America and China?
I think America will. I want to maintain that position, because Trump, I understand he talks a lot, but you can always match his words with action. If he tells he's going to do something, he will do it. He might just keep pushing it to give you a time to negotiate, because he loves negotiation, but he will eventually do what he says he's going to do. You know, I believe that if he goes into China and he doesn't get a deal, he will go back to Iran and then, you know, start hitting everything that, you know, affects the Chinese Communist Party. And the Chinese government does not like that. They don't like what Trump is doing right now in Iran. They don't like it. They have spoken openly against it. And America understands that China does not like it. And they know it's not of benefit to China. Like, you know, we discussed also what percentage of American goods goes through the Strait of Hormuz. Less than 2%. So if you consider that, where China is relying on over, you know, 70 to 80% of their oil and a lot of other goods go through that strait, then it means that America is not doing that just because of the enrichment of Iran. They believe that this is a good deal. If we can hold these people hostage, they'll be able to negotiate our way out of the deals we have with China. And what is Trump asking for? He's saying, look, let's have fair trade deals. All right? He's saying, look, if whatever is produced in your country, if it is brought to this country, sell it at the rate that the ones produced in my country are sold. And if you do that, it means their trade deficit with China will drop astronomically. And so that's what they're asking for in most of the deals that they have with China. And China will eventually tell you no. And don't forget that every country suffered that from China, from the Chinese CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. If you're producing this table in Nigeria, and you are producing it at the end of the day, the cost of production and everything, you add it together is around 200,000. China can produce and come and dump it for you for 50,000 naira. And so it puts your own company out of business. And that's what America does not like. That's what Trump does not like. Trump believes that, look, we can actually trade with each other and have, even if there's going to be a difference, it should be a little different what people will now decide the one they want to go for. Not where you make it impossible for producers of my own country to sell. And these are some of the deals that the guy is looking at. And also you want them to reduce the deficit. And they did that in his first time. Don't forget, he got a deal with China after a lot of back and forth negotiation. He got a deal. And the deficit was actually reduced. But you know, Trump is Oliver Twist. He always asks for more. So I believe that in this particular discussion, if the Chinese government understand that if they don't strike a deal with Trump, he's going to go back and keep hurting the shipping, Chinese shipping business. Is going to keep hurting a lot of their businesses within the sea. They said, remember Trump said something, he said, as from this moment, it's not just about the Strait of Hormuz. Any sea in the world that they come in contact with anything going to China or coming out of China, they're going to either attack or take possession of it. And they have actually lived up to their words. So China is going to come and say, okay, so what do you want? You understand? So when America says this is what we want, you can say, this is too much, let's negotiate it. But at the end of the day, Trump will get something out of China. Like he said, this may not be the final discussion. Maybe at the end of the day, China will say, okay, we'll get back to you on that. They will sit down and look at the deal, but eventually they will concede. Chinese government will concede. I can tell you that they will concede. They've always conceded to America.
But remember, the trade war, China never conceded.
Of course they did.
They did not.
No, they did.
As America slammed into Islam American goods, 50%. It's like a stalemate. They're looking at each other right now.
But who is hurting more? Who is hurting the more? Because the goods that China sent to America, America is their largest market. America is China's largest market. So if America says, look, let's do this tariff thing, and you say, okay, let's go ahead, China is hurting more than America is hurting. Because America decided to direct their goods to Germany, to Europe and other countries, and leave China alone. But China understands that most of their tech have America as their market. As a matter of fact, if you do your research, you find out that even bicycle, one of their major markets is America, Chinese market. They produce a whole lot of bicycles and they ship them to China, to America. But it was not like that before. It used to be that American bicycles were manufactured in America. And now China decided to give them at a very minimal price, like maybe 70% less than what they're getting from America. And so the production company in America shut down, and bicycles started coming from China. And Trump came and reversed the trend. He gave them money, buffers, and then give them opportunities to start, and then slam tariff on Chinese bicycles. And China can no longer sell bicycles to America. That's a huge hit to China. So Chinese understand this thing. You see, one thing you can't take away from China is that they love to do business. And so if it doesn't hurt them much to negotiate and concede, they don't hesitate.
All right.
Yes.
Now let's come to the Middle East. What is going on in Iran right now? Like what you said, that seems to be a key that America is holding and dangling in front of China, saying, look, you have to play ball, else we'll seize all the oil from Iran to China. We'll start from the seas and, of course, the Strait of Hormuz, and you have nothing. You must kowtow to our own pole, so to speak. Do you see that happening, Honorable?
China does not completely get its oil from Iran. It does also from
Russia.
From Russia and all that. We are underplaying the capacity of China in this aspect. China, as you know, and America are the two largest economies in the world. Yeah. So there is no basis now to now say that China will just chicken out. That anything that Trump wants, he can have his way. You can have your way at the moment. If really Trump will have his way, there will be no need for this visit. You just stay in America.
So you can have your way at the moment?
Yes.
But anything can change, anything can happen.
like China wants to hear America speak. What do you really want? So you cannot boss China to the corner and expect them to cut off ties with Iran. You can't try that with China. Because that's the reason China would not want to discuss nuclear weapons with America. They know what you're doing. Just do what you want to do. It's just like when you are fighting, for instance, and the opponent has agreed in his mind that he's going to hit you 50 times. And once he has done that, he will have his way. Now he has hit you 100 times, there's no difference.
No scratch, nothing.
So you have to go back and think properly. So China is just watching America. Let's see what they are bringing to the table. They will know what to do to give a match for it. So if America wants China, of course by now we know that China is not America's boy. China is not Britain. China is not Canada. That you can just with a wave or maybe any object, wave it at them and they'll just obey. China is not like that. They'll be watching you. Let's not forget that China and Russia are good friends. So whatever America will bring to the table, I'm very sure they will relate, if not live, but subsequently to Russian government for vetting. Because anything...
But right now, Russia seems to be gaining because America lifted tariff on Russian oil. They are doing business.
They do business. But you cannot boss China to the corner in an attempt to fight Iran. You can't. China will not allow that. Let them say it by themselves. For them to get to 90% oil deal with Iran, America was not there. So the remote immediate cost of that 90% is not made known to any other country. So they knew why they raised it up to 90%. So if that becomes the case, and you just wake up tomorrow and give a ruling that China should cut off ties with Iran, humanly it won't make sense. It won't. So let's allow America bring to the table on Thursday. Let's know what they want to say. Let's not preempt it. Let's see what they are bringing to the table. And maybe to our own shock. Is this all Donald Trump has been clamoring about? What's going to bring to the table may be different from what we are saying right here, right now. Because it's when you get there that you know fully and consciously the reason or reasons why American government is calling for this meeting. The meeting is needed much more by America than China. China, if you say bicycles, as you gave that instance, okay, they don't allow bicycles to come again. Let's look for another country to sell our bicycles. Bicycles are not perishable to say, now that this bicycle couldn't go there, so it has rotten. No. So they will look for another way out. And you also said something about China, which is true, that they are good businessmen. Chinese people are very good businessmen. If one road closes, they will open up another one. They will create several other routes, or routes, as the case may be, to ensure that their goods will not decay in their warehouses. So let not America go there. That we are going to China on Wednesday tomorrow, and when we get there, we'll just call all of them to order and ensure that things work out the way they want. If Trump will always do and achieve what he wants, why is he not having problems with so many nations? So there are other matters arising from there.
All right. Let me come to you, comrade. Talking about the Iranian situation right now. Though China has been quiet, but they condemn what US has been doing. But at the time, well, as the US is trying to push it or force it down the throat of China.
Well, I think that China has also been very complacent for a very long time. You know, China does not care about other countries if it makes it money. You know, if it's, it doesn't care whether you are a sponsor of terror or you are, you know, creating suicide.
As long as you don't bring it to his own shores.
As long as you're able to do
business continues.
You know, China does not care. That's the angle that America is really angry with China. And that's why they have to go after that enemy, that, you know, the one they consider common enemy. You know, they use the enrichment of uranium to, you know, go after Iran. but there are other aspects to it. Now, one of those aspects, I think the first thing they needed to do was to lay hold on Greenland, because they understand that if they do not take Greenland before going after Iran, a channel could be created along that path. So Trump went after Greenland, you know, he raised a lot of uproar. At the end of the day, he got a deal, and he has a base, a military base in Greenland right now. So with that, Greenland is secured. You can't, you know, take anything across Greenland without American vetting or approving as it stands today. Now after that, he went for Venezuela. You know, took out the president, took him to America, and then put their person there. Now they are controlling Venezuelan economy. Then hit Cuba with sanctions, and Cuba is in darkness as we speak. And then now moved to Iran and started hitting Iran hard. Trump is likely going to hit Iran again if he does not get a good deal from China. I can guarantee you that. Now,
so maybe all is just to say, look, I'm here now, let's talk about this, or we'll take this action against Iran.
Because that door means a lot to China. Let's be honest, let's be realistic. It's not just about Iran. China has to pass through that port, that strait, to deliver most of its goods to a lot of other countries. Even Russia takes its goods through that path also. Now, don't forget that because of what is happening now, Putin signaled that the war with Ukraine is likely coming to an end. He's not just saying that because he wants to say that. It's because he understands that, look, this thing is working, it's strangulating everybody. The Russian economy is biting. The Chinese economy, as we speak, is not the same as it was before the war started. Even the American economy. But of course, you know how American economy has before it can only bounce back to survive and all that. But should this place, you know, Trump said, we are not going to be controlling this strait. Not exactly at the strait, but they're going to stay on the Red Sea to control everything. So with that, America will now start deciding whatever moves through that path. And that's not good for business. There was a ship that was coming from China to Iran that America took it over.
Iranian cargo, yeah.
Yes, they took it over.
To stop it, to stop, and it was.
And then you saw the way the SEALs jumped on that ship, they fired the engine room, and then they took it over. Now they told us that they found a lot of things in that ship that were not disclosed in the shipment. Which means China was sending some things to Iran to quickly help them, you know, see how they can rebalance and fight back. And America took it. They have those intelligence. They have the best intelligence in the world. And so if Trump said we're going to stay on this sea, the Chinese people are considering 10 years from now. You know, American policy, the way it works. If you take, you know, even another president comes, you take Congress, Senate, and all that to say, okay, let's pull out and all that. He says he wants to pull out, and there's uproar within the American people, Congress, and the Senate. It's like we're going to stay back. It's not good for business for the entire European countries. It's not good for business for China and Russia. And so because of that, he now says, look, I'm willing to meet with China now. It is because he knows that when he gets there, they're not going to be talking about, please, can you stop what you are doing on the Red Sea? It's about how far, what can we do to make you stop? And he's going to now say, okay, these are the deals. I'm just assuming though, but I think that's the way Trump works. Remember, he would have gone, he postponed. And after postponing was when he came up to say that, you know, the ceasefire is still in effect, you know, but they have to carry out this strike separate from this one. And okay, now what they are doing is to control whatever goes around that sea. And I'll be meeting with Chinese president some other time, you know, and then now is the time to meet with him. So he has seen that they need this meeting more than America needs the meeting though. But China, America understand that China will want to concede to have this war come to an end. We want to concede to have the Strait of Hormuz open so that their shipment can begin to flow through. And I think that's what Trump is going in to negotiate.
From what he said, it's like Trump has the keys. Strangulating Venezuela, changing leadership, hammering Cuba with sanction, blocking the Red Sea, regulating what goes in and comes out of Iran. Do you think these are viable keys that Trump is going with to China to negotiate?
You only mentioned 3. A family can be of 4 children. And I will tell you, the 4 children will not be the same. Sure. You only mentioned 3. So the 4th child, which is China now, may not be the same like the other 3. So if they were the same, the US president would have come out to say, I want to negotiate. Let's have a meeting. He didn't have a meeting with Iran. He didn't have a meeting with Venezuela. He just saw the way they were, and he attacked. Can he think of attacking China? In his widest dream, he cannot try that. That is why I keep on saying that China will not want to discuss nuclear weapons. They know what America will do thereafter. They won't disclose it. So they have gone ahead of America in artificial intelligence, far ahead of America. So don't joke with China. There is nothing you do in America that China cannot do. So such a person is not your contemporary. Is like your rival. So such a person, don't just go there and you want to just, with a wave of hand, push the person aside. America needs this negotiation so that they also will go back home and know where they stand. They've deployed a lot of arsenals all around without knowing what China has. They want to also use this opportunity to harness or to probe into the capacity or the capability of China in this aspect. So in this case, America has to think deeply, and of course they will think deeply. That's why there's a second leg, so that if there's a mistake made in this first leg, it can be corrected in the second leg.
All right. Now, before we call it a wrap on this show, though we have so many things to really talk about, let's take a look at the Taiwan issue. Do you feel that China won't say anything about Taiwan if America should bring it up? Comrade.
Well, I think China always love to avoid the Taiwan issue because they don't. America has relationship with Taiwan, and China does not believe in the independence of Taiwan. So they will always want to leave it like that. Each time they go there to do military drills and all that, you see China come out to tell you, you know, America is reckless, you know, creating issues in other people's neighborhood. But it stops at that. But I can tell you that the issue may not come up. Even if it comes up, it is just to the effect that it was mentioned. They don't like going to the details of that. And I can tell you that China is not about to take over Taiwan anytime soon. That I'm sure of.
Now you're sure of?
I'm sure of that, because you see, like we talk about the arsenals, the weaponry of China. They've not been tested in real war.
Yeah.
We've discussed that here before. But America has, have results. They've tested their weapons, and on most of the nuclear weapons that China said they have, nobody knew when they developed them. They have never been tested anywhere. They just carry them on top of during their military parade, carry them on top of their trucks, and then, just salute them and march them past by. They've never been used.
Would you want to find out?
We don't want to find out.
That's a fear. Would you want to find out?
We don't want to find out.
It's real or fake?
We don't want to find out. But you can be sure that they also understand the competence of America. You understand that? When Venezuela was taken, the military, the equipment, it was in the barrack. In the military barrack. And most of the soldiers said, the kind of weapon America used, they've never seen anything like that before. They just heard some sound and then they completely lost consciousness. And those who fired, they were fired at, and then the guy was removed. Before they woke up, the guy was in America. Was on his way to America. So you can understand that America is still, whether we like to understand, is still the world power today. And so with that, the issue of Taiwan, China does not want to provoke America with Taiwan.
Or America doesn't want to provoke China with Taiwan.
I think America has actually attempted. They've sent a lot of things to Taiwan. They bring them weapons and all that.
Our time is up on this particular segment. Well, what advice do you have briefly for America as they go into China, or for China as they work with America in this particular proposed bill that was put on Thursday?
I can advise China. America will not take.
America will not take.
China should listen carefully to whatever America is bringing to the table, and that will determine the second leg, if need be.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Brown?
Well, I believe that...
Since America will not take advice, you do their thing.
Because I would say that Americans should be happy with this kind of visit. Okay. Americans should be proud that they have a president such as Donald Trump, not the one that is... He's not going to go to China to sleep while they are discussing. He's not going to go to China to fall, like some people do.
Sleepy Joe.
Brown! Low belts! Below belts! He's going to go there to make a deal that will benefit the American people, and they should be proud of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody's going to fall, okay? Nobody's going to fall. That was just an accident. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your wonderful analysis. Thursday definitely will be the time and day for America to go into China. Let's see what the content will be like. But all this we've talked about is what they are going to be looking at. One, the trade deal, the international situation, if possible Taiwan, and of course, you know, the nuclear armament and the rest of them. Of course, tempers will rise, but in all, they must come to the negotiation table and something positive might just come out of this. See you again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Ọba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Agbe, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. they will ordain you Odion title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Wabotao edonenewa edonenewa ire wabe negekai wabi daniho egebe se maya dugie ibota na okpe no gisuen na ya boedo ade ogisuen na ya sie mokoko na ya sie gbekoko ayire wa otane besori maido atoka mama enwa ni eni nokokwa aga webo na ya ga hemi na hiae bina ya inye o ibota utamai ota anyowa binu kisema gbonwe binu ya nyikere ni ade omoe ade utano uta ni makiari la dawe na ke yere no yino no yezu malele utedo esowe mi esi no esowe mi dano o ewe okeke nukuri owo boy yuto ora bo nana miewe bi no do mana he esowe ya serio we ote befu odo enze unde we awodo ni eme esowe o makeke kaka onaze mana wona mulade na ya wibude yo le domiki na he imi no keke iyi ma na ogun egun eme na okere ma gbe iyi ma an atu ni no pa yi ma eho usioma ore ma iyi ma boke yan watokbe meto me na owo mu no ade na o ohe pastor Kabari eri ma no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona zena we nigade nido imudi ane eri ma gba kamiri kataba o iwe o wa no ku bo eku no ro wodo ni no do mana e okedi uto odomae okedo befu odomae ni mayi wa hon kike na ni anoyi ma we na mo na ladi na diai okeyiwe okuna bowa obo ifune ogwa ni ara aye oye wo wa ni maye no mayi fun ya gbese ana na gwa lo wo be okuna ke lae ona do mi owa ni ebo eri amoye mi owa ni ebo ona ha modo we mi owa pa ni tawada bo na do lao odo na rigo na ya asa ana lawani ogbupe ha gbukpe nebo ya sukpise ina do mana he wigo ni asa ekpogo kiyen ojo ori aduwa ni ho ni ide yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ma na we ayi wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata ogwana nu we ye na obukhana nori awa no gbara na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wana owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo la dia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo wuru no zedo ejima ma when we retire na egbe ere wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana ta modo emi dano emi esi no
emi dano go ri oto o mata moda fun ofu o metin bi oto o metin bo wa so pa ona ga ofu no robodo go mana ta moda fun unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobu anu pogeva ogofu opia odion ugbe yen ugbe robodo we me go nu we kan ya ri oto ogu tamoda fun uge ori kwe o mana kwe we beri uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no kwiesi yo hian suwe ya gun aluto
dona ga okwiesi
yo hian suwe ya gun aluto yo hian mudia buwe buwani supa nu gbe ya ni oto nu ya bowa be no da fon ma oga hon ege no didi ya hon o pe ani mana ku egui egbo tian gui e ko kian ri yan
wese
domosa
ya no tare on da do ya ekpita we o pe amenye o ko gbe so pe na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na na ladian meke wi no ta no bo makedo mo ladian me peti urena oge ibota eso we nu du yin wodo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso omo yin no wa yin iya bo ameru wa yire na miewe ona roge no paroge megibe no ta serio ara be do ka we opana ya uge ma we ini ene bo wania o tonera ibe ya ra hune 100 by 100 no yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho yena yeti ewe yena be ana go kere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yena go we na ya so gbe ona be gele la wo wa mimu na re no wina so pa gbeso ya gbuzole a gbozole va gbeso pede ano ya mohwo yi ute oga rodo oga ire o magi egun na le kalubi ya o na wo ri sege yena ana go kere ni eri oto ni eso ya ye makazi oni ye na de go le ye mego gi ma ya so na ya gbolu ye otonare munu eri ma wa re erowi dana ona we ni eri ye na de 800,000 ye na de na ana ya gbolu ye re gada we ye na wo ye so egbena owe na ya mu ken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye ken ha ake egbe ke ba temu ara re wo ma ye na de 12 trip ye na de ne owo ri mo ayo yegi sira no tuwa bi ere no wana imiege ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ere tipa no nya egbe mara no nya tipa re rebu ogere lukune ere wa ta amagi ni amawo de mo yo eno wa no mu yimi akeka ofonoro ha pe ana ohura ori ke ise ezo ni ana wa wo be ri go re ori ere e mo na wa ga te mele mo na ga university na ze ge we ni yoto owo ezeyin eye zeyo wona la wi na ya zedio ina agwa lutokiriri ni awo mudari ke wa kwa mune o wa di yo unda ye na ibeja o ye ya se gbe mi na re wo wa o we zeyo yo pa azige ba yo pa wona o na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri oto ni ebo unda se so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo boni le lele ebe eri yo owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo ere ewe e ma tagele na dagele ni opu ya ni dobu no ma zi agbo mo ko na mi we e ko mu di ake we ni egere iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma o ne gbe egbo wo do wa di bude wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kini ya
wa we si e fi so waro no ji ko ni ni me egbe na tana o pia no ma mu gbagbo we ma bo ma ge no oko no metin go we bo ma dia no ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oko awa mu go ni awe da fun me ya gun me ri oto ni oko ni mi emi to emi go ora wa gun owe iyan ta wara
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wara
ya gele no
ige bae eze ige suku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de ye mo kun egbopo we ri oyen na gbe gbobo ehin wa kun amulope ani tokian si o negbe egbopo we ri o mo bobo wa le o le rundun ni o pe ani ndaga en go me wanara o mi oga en go me sele o mi o mana ri ene okori de so negbe mi we ri o ko ni ge sunu de igi ope ani yin kun igo gunye odobo wale ete onyin me no gba so pan onyin mi pe ani bun osie ni ko ni bun na we gbe iberio
wese edonowo me wa ho mi yi mana ya na ege yi ma opoko atu an mata no owe emi osi mi oke ke ni ma e te ewu mana we oko egwo ma dioma giagba muso giagba ma oko kini ni bi no wa kai owe de baezis iyo agbon magba ma ebi no wa na ati help meet giako ko we na sira oko kin okpi ara zuru mama agbon oko ri bo bae onda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege no ta owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima esi wan owe oban no ma o se wa hobu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke igawu yo bonu e ma ta no emi no samo bazun da eri oku no bia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adweki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye yo mi ebe e monye so ba ke sukure abawo ni ari go ni ra ye gbo ko neri ya o da gi me sa no ye oge kan amunene okoda amunobo oso amu ebie ne nebo ye gi be gbo ko di ememo e mo ni gi be gbo ko bi ya na rabu wa e gbo ma be ri o baga gele gbode na temata edono peru no da be ni mata ba eni osiri no ko na zo be no da o ke mi ha wo pe a o ni maka ni o ka do alu o pe ani o maka ni o ka do awu tabo se ba eye omu eni be odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o bi agba mo mu wa no ya bo pe ani mo mu wa okpe no ma mu egbe ni makata ti we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku be kiama okwo mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vio mo we yo ule ke ni je na la wo ko na epopo me ko vome osobo ke ye ni zio owe ta na ni ba ni ama sa me ba wo me no de we adobodi ukwu wo be ra agwe na mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we mego ya mu na wa igwe no ya bo wa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi obo wa ni na okpa ni obo emi okpa ni aro me de ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugie ibota na mi we okpa ni na yari okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go okpa ni no ri oto okpa ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe ni eto boy yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi e na adofin ene yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo ogwo ni kewu o ma ego pe ni ya ri ogwa ni oto ni kiene o ma ari wu ope ni ne mo ogwo be no ka bi ene ana wo ma na ya mo yo bi ya yo yi se ba
agboluyo ne yi baba ma so to bi yema mi yima ri e be ba ni na na o wo ya gbe to na we do to no ki yi wa ka mu wa ye to o wo ni le mortuary aya ki wa na o to bi yi ame nu gbe de nu ya gbe gba re ni o na ni na na wa gba lo to e ma e ani gwa lo to ma no gboluyo oni we ri ya o ri eni e o ru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbe bo nyaun ite ya mo elari ohun no rigo ya doto we na wa egun e doto wu da o no mo egberi oto na wa e nu da o ne boti submissiveness o mo egberi oto no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo ada fene ne kesi emi kemi no me ona we awa no ge eri mo ese gume do si o ni ha e ti ya lo e we bi we ubo edoto ohun ni gele o we ye moto keke yi ni ha ohun ni de oto ho mi we na ya ri oto na ri kie una ya mu no ho una ya danyo ohun ni wu ni ha mu da wa ohun no pa bi ene amari go na mo ye wa ni amami oto mo ana ya mu yite ebe ere ri o ihun na egbinye re ri o owo aya yi re ihun ha iyin e mo ka gbe e na gwa kara
ipe so wa gele ro nu nyimi yan eso wa ga odazoe e odazowa
eva mia o ro wa abi mi no me eva ku bra
eso wa me eva
adazo obe amo wa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni oku esi oni oku a no mu ja gidigba oku a no keke nu oku garu jina no dazoe no be odazowa no dazoe odazoe ne odazowa yen we no keke wa we enu ni me odafe no nya wa enu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberire ogugwe no pia we wa ku omo bujuwe egbomo beri onado nwan uji no keke ekian ro se era meno sukpan uji no keke ekian ro se ne egbope awerio dogu umego omona no egori uri enebe no mese okwo eberi bai okwo awoko na kokoko mo hiere no ro odigbagbe fere
wese unda ye yimo boro ba ya un tabu wa e okpi abo wa un ta wo wa
okpi ahun ta
bo okpi
ayo salo bo ya ji e
no da gan geni e mo ya un ta ìrìnà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìwé ìrìnlẹ̀ mọ́kẹ́kẹ́ náà lòwú wá ọ̀pọ̀ ya ń ta.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ní sàlóbù ayájí òpìyà ọ̀nà kàyí òpìyà kéjú òpó òpó òtótó òpìyà ọ̀ọ́jì ǹdà ẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ akáyí òpìyà ẹ̀ ó sàlóbù akáyí òpìyà òhun ta òpìyà ọ̀bẹ̀ hàmú kó wẹ ìwé mẹ̀wẹ̀ dùn mẹ̀mẹ̀ owó òpìyà kẹ́kẹ́ ní òpó òjò ẹ̀ òpó
wọ́n sọ wa tọ́ pé mọ́nà ìbọnú wẹ̀ wọ́n lárí náà lárí èyí náà miẹ̀wẹ̀ àdósí kaná ọ̀yíká bọ́ọ̀bì tàgbé mẹ́míkù mẹ́míkù yẹn sọ náà yàrá wọn kú òwúgbé rà òwúré lóko.
ẹ ó ní mẹ́nà gbá.
wọ́n yìí sẹ́ ọ́nìrí ẹ̀ máa wẹ̀ lóko ọ̀rí òpìà.
ọmọdébé mi ọmọdébé ẹ̀ẹ́débé ọ̀hún òpìà sí ibùgbẹ̀ lóko àjọwà òpìà òpìà. Okpia okpia eke no riri akin oge otema lekwi na ana mo bogwe okpia ebebwebo okwo na bowa okpia siyo
okay agwa wo bo wa okpia siyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo bodo era mi ohodo nya wa ni
uji ari enegbe opo na mu ekun soto ona ahu uji no da fun opiani obe egwe to po ni ri uji ni ege gbe won ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie nda opo o vie be no pe agwale uji be oboko eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji ahu e mo ma no se bo bodo
Wese.
bana kuku gbe o me orien so onwo
Wese. Edunobo me wa he ni magwan we ma yana na de si we ohu mo go sokbia ni agwa sukma okeke we emi no bia ma seti ohu lori wara we agbari yi megbe nda ana mi wo pe awe hin erebo na ri yu bonwe ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbon we ya fe momo bana yi mi wo ko ri wa ori egbe ye bo ninu ipe so itegbe nu ogun ya to agbe ogun eri ogun lala we yo wa ni ogun yo wo ogun idu bo wa ye si lele owa wa wa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya enu we na ga o pe ano he ni gbo salo bana gbo ni gbe wa mi we ogun ni no da no ya to bo ga bo wa ni wo mu ko da o so pa edono peru ma mu pa bu rege ma be no tabo eni ze no yo ko to boye inu yin le ri o be no na mu e pe o ne odo o ma won go ri o e ta ma wa e o to boye lai la no bi e kina na ri o to no gba wa ge de ma me e ge de ma e igba we we e wo wa ma e o wo wa ma ma agboro ugbo kene ori eye wo me o ko se ti wa bibi pa ina na mi we e mo mo we o mo we ọwọ́ àgbà ẹ̀rọ ni màgìbọ̀ òkú ní ìdárọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀hún ẹ̀rẹ́ kọ́ ọ̀nà gbé kọ́ dà ẹ̀gbẹ́ òkú rí ọ̀hún sọpánà ìní ẹ̀mẹ́wẹ́ ìrí ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbákí òkú ẹsẹ̀ ti gbàbọ̀ ọ̀mẹ́ ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrí òtọ̀bí ọ̀mẹ́ ọ̀sùn ẹ̀rá bọ́ ọ̀gbólù ọ̀gá àwọn ìná ọ̀dọ̀ bó wà ní ọ̀bẹ̀ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà àrẹ ti máa ní kẹ́ gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ugie mana rantam mana wena do mwela de moge do ebi esi no a so pe na ko de no ro we o khana do ta yu we o ko ni ri bo ori se wa ni ara aye ana we ni agwalu wa iye na ya agwalu wo wo bo emi ona ka ma da fo emi emi o wa le o da fo ke ri go la de ana ya asa ana ya ureni ya na park ya de wo ko ni ipo ne ní ayé àrò wa ni ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ máa ẹ̀ wẹ ọ̀wùhá ọ̀nyá wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tìkà náà mi ní ẹ̀ ihò ni ọ̀rọ̀ ìní ẹ̀ ọ̀dìgbò ní kẹ́tìkà ẹ̀ ní màdá ẹ̀ màá wá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé àkà ẹ̀ wẹ ìlérí ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ìní dá ẹ̀rá ni ihò ní ilé ẹ̀ gbé wọ́n àbẹ̀bọ̀ bò wá wà kí á pàkì àkíyá dé lálọ́ọ̀dì náírà yẹ́yẹ́ nọ pòpò wà kàbà wà wò kó ìtẹ́ bọ́ wáyé fọpa ǹda òyìn ẹ̀wẹ̀ we ma mo be tene ute tene ile ma ti egbe we yin ni ata adafo na ewo ya anyu ha mu na sko ko na bokogbo oye kere ite tama na we ni tuwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ara kere de ri ori no we okewe ya wa ba ni ku ni ne ye no ri je na wo ma ni do tamuwa ye no ri je na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa ni ti wo ma no awawa abe ten we tie ni eteni pe abe tunwe ya se ti mo yi ko do to we lare o na ma we ni da onyi ne won ya e no una so pa o ma mo le no iti we ni a ni wa kia e bo vi ebe ya no ya do to bi do o mu na wa da we re o ke be ni paragbo re ku we ki make money ne o we ma ya ki e o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ sókún wẹ̀kẹ́ ìwé rí ọ bí a máa rọ̀ wẹ̀ká yígò làdìá òrìèlé lópìá náà wíyò bọ́ ni wẹ̀ nígò náà gbọ́lọ́dẹ dáná ya dòtọ̀ òyèrè bí a máa ní arọ̀ wọ́n máa gẹ́lẹ̀ dẹ́ ọ̀rìrè dẹ́ wọn náà rè yígò làdìá wẹ̀ jáyà àgbólù bí a máa ní arọ̀ wọ́n òpìá ní máa gẹ́lẹ̀ gbólù gbogbo ẹni rí dá yìí wẹ́ẹ̀bẹ̀ máa lè lè dẹ́ná kó dẹ́ná kẹ́ka ilébọ̀ ìyọ́ ìyẹ́rẹ̀ náà yẹ ayé ìrẹ́ gbé ẹzọ́ bí kọ́tù wáyé kọ́kà ẹ̀wẹ̀ ìyáwó ọmọ nùkí ìgbéyìn náà bọ̀ bàdí àdínà ká mi mástá ìrìnwó nínú ya dúró kí èkéré ọ̀gbẹ́ ìyáwó ọmọ nùkí nìyà wẹ́ kìnnìkìnnì máa kún ayé ẹ̀hún náà dá ẹ̀dàgbà ìgbé wẹ̀ yà kẹ́wẹ̀ ọ̀nà ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ọ̀nà ẹ̀bí máa olùwẹ̀ o ọ̀nà jẹ́ asẹ̀
o sa ba no la o nda emi ma mu la de na okay kaka boy isi okowo te do we ohobowa le e a hu awo le ohobowa so pe we eru no gbugbe ya gun olokpe ani e no tamae igo gbe no aya ri uto tamae igo gbe no ya gbelu o wi e mo bobo gbe ga yi ni ele ya so sewe itamae wa ni ya so sewe igba ba ti e wa ni ya so sewe e ina to do me bibi ake ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo e abiji ma yi wa ge bo ha me go sewe we de bae ni na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we enu we no ade mo iya o yo kwa no we ni meje de na o ha me na di moto mu meti wa fie I wa fie o awa no pa no be magme o ha mejo e ba ma na mu gie ibota na se fo obe ki e do ya o fo gbosa gwa eyo wa ki ma ye wa yi na yina oba atokpe ise
RTV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio earlier, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds, and from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept, being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in Africa setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because with due respect to women, I found out over the years that women don't really fit up. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different. That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of controlling. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it
because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' codes.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as the lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words.
Such as?
such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? Yeah. You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Control, yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand? Okay. So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the two is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Control, okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here. Okay. But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her. Them, okay. That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check. Okay. Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional. Okay. So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's really the problem.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now.
Okay.
And I think I currently have one as a friend.
Okay.
That I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
Okay, with church, okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored. Okay. That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there. Okay. She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she had a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys.
Their relationships.
Their relationship because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing
you. Okay.
Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
Don't have any business being in a relationship.
Lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. If you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy, because a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Water brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening leg to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once a man, as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get. Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
translated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get she's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Well,
is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochiagu for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie Walter Emmanuel. Good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go this direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel to Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, please. 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of basic workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and reps. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And both stands just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weight to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thank you very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. RTV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
TV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.